Oh, hello, welcome. Can you hear me? That's the wrong window. Okay, there we go. That should be correct. Alright, you should be able to hear me, and you should see the tier list on the screen. Although you can't see the rightmost three, you're not really missing out. It's Yen, Mustantler, Miltank. Don't worry about it. Okay, good morning, everyone. Null and Void and the Jackal 7. Welcome. Thanks for computer peons. That means you have access to the exciting new emotes. I tried to add all the relevant ones, and I even made a new one. So, Small Dark, Umbreon. I made it just for you guys. Surely because Umbreon is just so good, right? It's not why. Okay, I can see everybody's messages. I think everything is working. Okay. This could be an imported cheese fresh first. I don't think this is going to take 6 hours. I say that now. We'll see. Okay, let's just test to make sure that this one also works. Yes, you should now see a list of shadow Pokemon up to Skiploom. And I can do this, right? Fantastic. Oh, it's all coming together. What a tech-savvy guy. Okay. And hitting this will change it back to the tier list? Oh, look at this. Millennial, not a boomer. Okay, great. Well, hello everybody. The Spliffing Brit. Welcome to the Pewter Peons. Okay. Jeez, where can I get those nice Pokemon icons for the tier list? These are from Pokemon Shuffle. So I found all of these on Bulbapedia. I don't know if there's a big list of them somewhere. I'm assuming there is, but I had to go to each Pokemon's page individually and download them. Really annoying. But I'm sure there's a better way. Okay. I think we can just about get started. The only thing is I wanna give some time for people to trickle in. Also, I can't be too loud for like the first hour or two because it is 7 a.m. here, and I know my neighbors are home, so I don't want to disturb them too much, even though they didn't show me the same courtesy. Last night, up till like 2 a.m., they were yucking it up, having fun talking to each other. Imagine that. And my downstairs neighbor was just shrieking. I think he actually has issues because every day between 1 and 2 a.m., he like starts singing. I wish he was singing, okay? I'm at -6 defense. He's just shrieking. It's actually awful. It's very hard to sleep. What was I trying to do? I wanted to run a poll. So as we're waiting for people to come in, I'm just going to start a quick poll because I want to know how many people here. I think this will actually show you the YouTube, but I kind of have no choice. I want to know how many people here saw the Snag Swap run. Did you see the Snag Swap run? Or I'll phrase, did you see any of the Snag Swap run? And I guess the options will be yes, no, or no / what's that? Which is why I'm not explaining it. Okay, there we go. Hopefully we'll get started in about 5 minutes here. In the meantime, I'll also rename these tiers to what I intend to name them. Oh, I guess this is a bit difficult because now I can't actually, though I have this set up, I can't actually see what you're saying as I'm changing these. So I have to do this, which I think means I also have to change. Yeah, I also have to change my OBS setup. A little bit more, a few more tech issues, but I mean not that bad. It should be okay. I'll just have to resize this. Let's go over here. Resized. Easy. Let's just get rid of that, right? Oh, okay. That's the only part one. Am I late? You didn't miss anything. Don't worry. It's all part of it. Any thoughts on those 2 new videos uploaded by the Pokemon Company? Like, I don't know what I mean. 2 new videos? What does that mean? Do you mean the reveals yesterday? Like the new Pokemon? I thought it was cool. I wish they put that much effort in the actual game. Alright, let's see. These are the tiers. Just S. Acceptable. Bad. Horrific. We'll change the colors later. What should this one be? If it's not clear already, the Pokemon in this game suck. We don't really have that much good to say about any of them. I gotta add more. Ugh, these default colors are horrible. The VTuber trailer revealed to us the Pokemon is more than capable of voice acting. It's true. The voice acting wasn't an issue. C for crap. They revealed Masuda's new dog named Stoutland. Really? Stoutland's pretty good. We can change the names of these as needed. I think I need one for... There's one for post-game. Although game goes in quotes. And then tardy to the party. And then I think this will work. All of lame. Okay, that's probably enough tiers, I think. I'll do a brief rundown of these. I'm going to explain them for real. Once we actually get into the flow of the list. But for now, the plan is these tiers here. I'm going to change the colors. Undercity pit tier, dung. Pseudo pit, PU. Ledillion damage. I'll name the worst tier like XD. Oh, I didn't want to switch those. There we go. Let's make this one white. Okay. Can people actually... It's really hard to see. Hall of Lame. Okay, there we go. Acceptable can be green, right? Bad can be yellow. And horrific can be like this orange. Okay, great. I think that works. $5 donation from Popalink. Popalink from the Center for the... I saw this commercial. I called it a commercial, like, reflexively. I saw this comment before. I want to promote Sunflora's excellent performance, Sunnybeam, for the... You're a little early, but I have my thoughts on that. Okay, I think we're about ready to begin. Let me just catch up on everything. I'm not too late. Okay, I'll end the poll now, so I can just see what kind of demographics we're looking at here. Okay, a lot of people have heard of it. Bottom tier is Johto's finest. Okay. That actually might be what it's called. I almost hit end stream by accident. I want to end the poll. How do I end the poll? YouTube, please. Okay, there we go. Let's make this Johto's finest. Okay. I think we're ready to go. What's the meaning behind S? It's from Espeon. Okay, so I'm going to quickly explain to you guys what these are supposed to be. So, S for Espeon. It's just Espeon and Quilava. It's about as good as it gets. Normally this would be called, you know, good, but no, nothing's good in here, right? So these are just going to be Pokemon that are acceptable. Are there membership tiers? No. So the reason why I have the memberships only at one tier and only at the minimum amount is because I would just make it free, but there's no way to give custom emotes for free. So I don't want that to be an expensive thing. If you want to support the channel, please consider becoming a Patreon, link in the description, because that way your name gets to be in the video, and also I do get more of the money. There are tiers on Patreon. And then right away after acceptable we have bad. Then we have horrific. And then we have Johto's finest. Do we actually need all of these? We'll see. We might not need both horrific and Johto's finest. Then we have Tardy to the party. These are Pokemon that I think would be good, but they're just not in the game. So these are pretty much the Pokemon. The cutoff for this, I think, is going to be after the Shadow Lab. So any Pokemon that is good, but in Realgum Tower or beyond. Oh, Tyranitardy? That's better. Yeah, let's call that. This includes Tyranitar, by the way. These are just Pokemon that are too late to actually be used, and then post-game are just Pokemon that are post-game. So they're not going to be ranked, but I did include them just so you can see what they are. I think that's ready. That's about everything. Okay. It's been 16... No, it's actually been 10 minutes, because there was the pre-roll, right? I think we're ready. Name is amazing because also tardy in Italian also means late. Yeah, tardy in English also means late. Everybody okay with these tier names? I guess we can change that later. I'm not sure if we need both bad and horrific, but I think we do. Because there's going to be a lot of Pokemon that I think are horrific, but that I wouldn't consider to be Johto's finest. Okay. Great. I think we can get started. No good tier? Not in this game. $5 donation from Blue Crimson. What do you mean? I saw you ended the game with Tyranitar. It's a special case, though, because we were actually doing a challenge run. Alright. Why am I wearing headphones? There's no sound. Okay. So, hello everybody, and welcome to the Pokemon Colosseum in-game tier list. So if this is your first live, welcome. If you've only seen the premiums, you might be a bit confused by how slow we go, but we do have to do like retakes to make sure that we actually have usable takes to then stuff into the premium. So it's going to be going a bit slow, but there aren't that many Pokemon, so I don't think this will take 6 hours. My prediction is about 3. So the rundown for today is we're going to talk specifically about the Pokemon Colosseum mechanics, because they're very unique. Then we're going to talk about, we're going to do a very quick sort of like Colosseum mini review, because I know a lot of people are kind of curious about the game, because it does have a lot of unique aspects. Then we're going to rank all the Pokemon. And then we're going to be done. So that is the plan for today, and I hope you stick with me. And I'm recording locally, that's good. Okay. There'll be some points where I pause. I mean, that's just part of the live format. But let's go ahead and get started. 1 hour to explain the mechanics? I mean, probably. Also, I'm asking all of you guys, remind me at the end to do the, oh my god, this thing's horrible! 'Cause we can't do that for every single Pokemon, but we need to do like a big one, and I can't do that now because it's 7 a.m. I don't want to wake my neighbor up, so we're gonna do it at the end. So don't let me forget that. Okay. Great. So I think we'll start with the premium, just the premium welcome, right? And I am trying to see, I am trying to keep up on your chat, but unless there's something like that I have to read, I probably won't. But I am seeing it all in the corner. Cheese knows how it's going to be past noon when he's done. If it's like past 10 a.m., I think I can go ahead and be a little louder. Even 9 a.m. I think is fine. Alright. Hello there, you're watching the premium edit of the Pokemon Colosseum in-game tier list. If for some reason you would like to see the full version of the live stream with the chat enabled, you'll find a link in the description below. I think that's okay. Did I forget anything? Maybe I should mention the Snag Swap run. I think I should. No, I'll probably mention that during the Pokemon Colosseum review, so I think that's enough. Yeah, I'll do that one more time, just to be sure. Hello there! You're watching the Pokemon Colosseum in-game tier list. I forgot to say premium. Hello there! Hello there! You're watching the premium version of the Pokemon Colosseum in-game tier list. If for some reason you would like to see the full live stream with the chat enabled, you'll find a link to that, as well as the entire Imported Cheese Fresh channel in the description below. Okay, that's good for sure. $5 donation, another one from Blue Crimson 207. Make sure to throw a shadow clone effect on that. That thing's horrible for the premium ad. Don't worry, I've got ideas. I already have an idea for the intro. I guess spoiler for you guys since you're here. It's going to be, if you know the opening cutscene of Pokemon Colosseum, where Wes, who's the main character, blows up the hideout, steals the Snag machine, and then leaves. The premium intro is going to be him walking in. Instead of the Snag machine, it's going to be the Johto roster, and he has the really iconic, smile. He's not going to be smiling, and he's going to leave. That's the idea. And then probably the alternate intro idea was going to be a Radiant Dawn, Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn intro, where you narrate over the world map with some dramatic things. But I think that might actually be the intro for the Snag Swap run premium, so I'm saving that. All right. Is this the only Pokemon game where you play as a domestic terrorist? I guess so. The main character doesn't say anything. Silent protagonist. He really has no character. I've got a 2-hour drive coming up in half an hour, so this is amazing timing. Well, this might still be going. Uh-oh! Free VRT girls. Watch out. We're gonna have to deal with this. Hang on. Oh, deleted. Thank you, mods. Already destroyed. Okay, so how much actual content have we done so far? Just the premium thing, right? So let's start talking about the game. So how do we start with this? We should start with all of the unique mechanics, I think. Yes. So what is Pokemon Colosseum? Well, it's technically a Pokemon spin-off, but they didn't spin very far, right? It wasn't a rapid spin. It's basic... We start with Espeon. I mean, it's going to be a long time until we actually talk about the Pokemon. So what is Pokemon Colosseum? Well, it's technically a spin-off, but they didn't spin very far, right? It wasn't a rapid spin. It's got a lot of the mainline mechanics, but in a very unique setting, with a lot of unique... well, almost. Rapid spin is fast, not long. Pokemon Colosseum is the most disappointing thing since my son. We've almost got this. How do I describe the mechanics? I like how there's no great or good tier. Yeah. We'll describe the tiers officially in a moment. So what is Pokemon Colosseum? Well, it's technically a spin-off, but they didn't spin very far. It wasn't a rapid spin. It's got a lot of the mainline mechanics, but with a bit of a twist. And we do have to talk about all of those unique mechanics, because in that sense, it's very different. Okay, well, it's a one-turn rollout. Miltank has Roll in this game. So what is Pokemon Colosseum? Well, it's technically a spin-off, but they didn't spin very far. It wasn't a rapid spin. In a lot of ways, it's very similar to the mainline games. A lot of the battle mechanics are the same, but there are some ones unique to Pokemon Colosseum. So let's discuss all of those. Okay, that should be fine. So to begin with, for people who have never played Pokemon Colosseum, it's a Gen 3 game. So all of the Gen 3 mechanics apply. That means that there's no stat XP system, you've got EVs. You've really got EVs because you start with Espeon and Umbreon. The Pokemon that are available only go up to Gen 3. You might notice most of them are actually from the Johto region, and the Johto region is best known for having just excellent Pokemon to select from, which is why you always used Kanto Pokemon in Gen 2. Also means no physical special split. We should mention that, yeah. The physical special split was introduced in Gen 4, which means, since we are in Gen 3, there's no physical special split. And without going into too much detail about that, it just means that typing of moves... Okay. The physical special split was a Gen 4 mechanic, so that means it's not in this game. So a move... Okay. Good thing they're both good? Uh-oh. Double battles only? We'll mention that. The physical special split was introduced in Gen 4, so that means it's not in this game. That means that whether a move is physical or special depends entirely on the type. That means every single fire move is special, every single rock move is physical, for example. Okay. And I should probably describe that that's mostly a nerf to... Usually this means your Pokemon are overall weaker. Okay, yeah, I'll mention that. The physical special split is a Gen 4 mechanic, so that means it's not in this game. That means that whether a move is physical or special depends entirely on the type. So every single ice move is special, every single dark move is special, sad Sneasel noises, and like every single rock move is physical. In general, there not being the physical special split means that your Pokemon are weaker. Because that's what you want to hear in a list of mainly Johto Pokemon, that your Pokemon are even weaker. I think that'll work. The most defining mechanic of Pokemon Colosseum, and what I think makes it the most unique entry in the series, is that every single battle is a trainer battle. There are no wild Pokemon, and every single battle is a double battle. So that means that ranking is going to be... So I think that was a fine start. The most defining feature of Pokemon Colosseum is that every single battle is a trainer battle. There are 0 wild Pokemon, and every single battle is a double battle. So that actually means that rankings in this list are going to be different than usual, since we're considering a whole different format. The official format, in fact, since the official Pokemon competitive scene, VGC, the Video Game Championships, is doubles only, even though the actual games are singles only. We'll probably leave the doubles part. We'll probably leave that out because it's not really relevant to the list, so we'll redo that. I can't wait to hear your opinion on no wild Pokemon. Uh-oh. Bulk does something for once. I got bad news for you, friend. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It barely does. It matters more than in single, but it still doesn't really matter. We'll talk about that when we do the tiering criteria. The most defining feature of Pokemon Colosseum is that... The most defining feature of Pokemon Colosseum is that every single battle is a trainer battle. There are no wild Pokemon, and every single battle is a double battle. So that means we have to consider a whole different set of mechanics than we normally would. Okay. About Gen 3 double battle mechanics in particular, they're a bit different than the modern ones. So the first thing is that spread moves are worse. In modern games, moves that hit both your opponents operate at 60. Oh, okay, I messed that up. It's 70. Gen 3 double battle mechanics are a bit different than the modern ones we're used to. One thing that's different is spread moves deal less damage. So in the modern games, spread moves, that is moves that hit both of your opponents, deal 75% power. But if the spread move hits the entire field, so if it also hits your opponent like Earthquake, it does full damage. Not the case in Gen 3. So if the spread move hits only your opponents, it does only half damage, 50%. That makes them actually really bad. And if the spread move hits the entire field, so Earthquake in this game, it does 70% damage. How generous. So keep in mind that spread moves in this game are not as good as you think. Also hits your ally. Did I say something different? It's 100% on EQ in the modern games. It's only 70% in this game, even ones that hit your partner. Yeah, they're not bad. I didn't say they were bad, but they're not as good as you think. Which is important because there's a lot of Pokemon that have Surf. Mentioned double slot targeting? Yeah, that was going to be next. You think I said hit your enemy? Oh, okay. Well, then we'll redo that, just in case. What was I thinking? Ah, okay. Double battles in Gen 3 have a couple differences from the modern double battle system. One difference is that spread moves actually do less damage. So, spread moves are moves that target either both of your opponents or just everything on the field. In the modern game, spread moves that target both of your opponents only deal 75% of their damage. And spread moves that target everyone, including your ally, actually deal full damage. So, spread moves that target both opponents would be something like Heat Wave, and a spread move that targets everything would be something like Earthquake. In Gen 3, the damage values are different. So, in Gen 3, spread moves that target only opponents only do 50% damage. So, they are not as good as you think. And spread moves that target everyone, including your ally, they only deal 70% damage. Very generous. Ugh. So keep that in mind as we talk about spread moves like Surf, which is going to come up quite a lot. Okay, great. That should be fine. Are there any Mons who are better as Shadow Mons than as Purified Mons? A lot of the late game ones that have no good moves, like Yanma. Yanma's actually early game, it's better as Shadow. Sneasel is probably the example that comes to mind first, for one that's actually better as Shadow. I was not aware that moves like Earthquake actually do full damage in modern games. They definitely do, right? Yeah, if the spread move hits your partner as well, then it does full damage, which is nice. Assuming your partner doesn't get hit. How are we ranking peak Mons? Don't worry, we're only 30 minutes in. So I have to talk about the switch mechanic. One thing that's really weird about Gen 3 battles is that... Okay, so no, I'll start with the modern games. One thing that's kind of surprising, one thing that's surprisingly different about Gen 3 doubles is how knockouts work. So in the modern games, if you knock out an opposing Pokemon, that's so in the modern games, if you knock out an opposing Pokemon, that slot on the battlefield remains empty until the end of the turn. Then at the start of the next turn, the next Pokemon comes in. In Gen 3, if a Pokemon is knocked out, the next Pokemon is sent in immediately within the same turn. That means, theoretically, if you do enough damage, you can KO 4 Pokemon in a single turn because you knock out 2 with a spread move, 2 more come in, and then those 2 get knocked out by the next move within the same turn. That is never going to happen because spread moves are weaker and your Pokemon suck, but theoretically it could. What'll more likely happen is that you can double target the same slot, knock a Pokemon out, then knock the Pokemon that comes in out before they can actually do anything. You can use that to kind of snipe more dangerous Pokemon that are in reserve if you know what that Pokemon is. Interesting, and only applicable in Gen 3. Okay, I think I mentioned everything for that. That should work. Sneasel using knockoff must be insane in this game. I know you're joking. I'm looking on Bulbapedia right now. It doesn't say anything about BP being brought back to normal when you target both allies and animals. I said animals. Allies and enemies. I'm almost certain that spread moves are full power if they hit everyone. Another $2 donation from Blue Crimson. Like all bad Jodomons, they're from Orre. I think it's Orre. In Japanese, at least, it's Orre. Spread moves do 75 no matter what in modern mons? Really? Let's check that. I guess I'll do a new tab. Pokemon spread move damage. Big lies. I guess I'll check on... By the way, did you know that the Orre is based on Arizona? Effect on moves. Okay, this is what I want. In subsequent games, if there's more than one target, any move that can hit multiple Pokemon has its damage reduced by 25%. Fake news! Okay, so I guess we have to redo that because Earthquake still gets nerfed. A $4.99 donation from Astral Nekomimi? Astral Nekomimi. So the first American region is self-centered as America. Hey. Don't call Americans self-centered. It's true, though. We are the center of the universe. Alright. I don't think we have to redo the part about the targeting. I think the targeting is fine. Wait a minute. Where's my... Oh, here it is. Okay. And in Gen 3, spread moves is 50% always? Is that true? New emote? I feel we added Small Umbreon just for this. Is spread moves always 50% in Gen 3? Let me see. Is that actually true? Because we checked during the Snag Swap run if that was the case. Okay, here we go. Effect on moves. In Generation 3, if there's more than one target, moves that can hit both foes. Oh, here it is. So this is what it is. In Generation 3, if there's more than one target, moves that can hit both foes, but not moves that hit all Pokemon on the field, such as Earthquake, have their damage reduced by 50%. In subsequent games, if there is more than one target, any move that can hit multiple Pokemon has its damage reduced by 25%. So that means that in Gen 3, it's 50% for hitting only opponents, but it's full power for everyone. And then past Gen 3, it's always 75% if it hits, whether it hits only opponents or everyone. So that's it. Okay. So it was like a mix of everything we said. And yeah, full power if there's only one target. Okay, great. So now we're ready. So Gen 3 double mechanics are... So Gen 3 double battle mechanics are a little bit different than we're used to. Spread damage actually works differently. Spread damage... Okay, spread move damage, I should say that. So Gen 3 double battle mechanics are a bit different than the modern ones we're used to. So the damage of spread moves is a bit different. So spread moves are ones that target multiple opponents. For example, Heat Wave. So Heat Wave targets multiple opponents, and in modern games, any move that targets multiple opponents... okay, we'll redo that. Does anything in this game even get Hydro Pump, or are water types just plain bad? Surf is still fine, even at only 50%, but we'll talk about that. What was I saying? We'll redo that. So Gen 3 double battle mechanics are a bit different than the ones we're used to. Spread move damage actually works differently. So spread moves are ones that target multiple things in doubles, either only your opponents or everything on the field. So in modern games, spread moves, no matter who they target, only do 75% of their total damage. In Gen 3 only, that's different. So spread moves that target only opponents, such as Heat Wave, they actually deal 50% of their usual damage, which is kind of brutal. That makes them a lot weaker than you might expect them to be. But if the spread move targets everyone, including your allies, that would be moves like Earthquake, it actually does full damage. Whoa! So, Earthquake good! But I think you knew that already. Okay, that should work. So we talked about spread moves, we talked about the switch mechanics. Let's talk about how to get new Pokemon. So I mentioned earlier that there are no wild Pokemon. So you might be wondering, how do you actually get new Pokemon? Well, one of them is given to you. There's one gift. But for the most part, you steal them from the opponent. Ooh. I guess it's not called stealing, it's called snagging. It's stealing. And you can only steal very specific Pokemon. They have to be shadow Pokemon. What's a shadow Pokemon? So, shadow Pokemon come with their own set of unique mechanics. Being a shadow Pokemon is mostly downside. The whole point of the Shadow Pokemon program was to make Pokemon into killing machines, to improve them. And I mean, when you're working with horrible garbage like this, Cypher did nothing wrong, guys. They did what they had to try and make these Pokemon better. So Shadow Pokemon... So Shadow Pokemon, in this game at least, it's a bit different in XD, have... So Shadow Pokemon in this game all have Shadow Rush as one of their moves. Shadow Rush is 90 base power, typeless, and it does recoil to you. But it doesn't do recoil the way normal recoil moves do, where it's a percentage of the damage you deal. For Shadow Rush, it is always 1/16 of your current health. Sorry, total health. So I have to redo that. Why isn't Shadow Ball a shadow move? Asking the big questions. Time to cancel cheese. He said Cypher did nothing wrong. So all Shadow Pokemon in this game have Shadow Rush as one of their moves, and Shadow Rush is the only Shadow move. So Shadow Rush is 90 base power, and it's typeless. And it deals recoil damage to you, but it doesn't deal recoil damage the way that other recoil moves do. So normally, recoil damage is a percentage of the damage you deal, but for Shadow Rush, it is always 1/16 of your total health. Now, since every Pokemon you can catch is a Shadow Pokemon, and every Shadow Pokemon has Shadow Rush, and Shadow Rush deals recoil damage to you, you can imagine that catching things is really annoying. Because every Pokemon can knock themselves out. Wonderful! It's worth mentioning that Shadow Rush is physical, and that for some Shadow Pokemon, it's actually the best attacking option they ever get, which is really sad. Let's do this as we talk about more shadow mechanics. You can see my cursor, right? Yes. So when you initially capture a shadow Pokemon, so all shadow Pokemon have a shadow meter. It's like an XP bar, but it's purple, so that means it's evil. Initially, the shadow meter is full, and their only usable move is Shadow Rush. As you purify the Pokemon, they'll eventually unlock their other 3 moves. And once you fully purify them at the Relic Stone, then Shadow Rush will be replaced with whatever that move was supposed to be. How do you purify a Pokemon? There's a couple ways. One is just walking around with them in your party will gradually drop the Shadow Meter. I say gradually, slowly. The fastest way to purify the Pokemon is to actually send it out into battle. Sending it into battle will drop the meter by a little bit. And occasionally during battle, Pokemon will enter what's called Hyper Mode, where their emotions rise to a fever pitch. In Hyper Mode, you'll lose your turn when you enter it, which is kind of annoying. And in Hyper Mode, the only move they can use is Shadow Rush, but they actually get a highly increased crit rate with that. It ends up being, I think, plus 70% crit, so you'll almost always crit with Shadow Rush in Hyper Mode, which is surprisingly useful. I thought it was just... which is surprisingly useful. When a Pokemon is in Hyper Mode, you can actually use the Call command to snap them out of it, which will end up dropping their Shadow Meter by a huge amount. And as the Shadow Meter drops, you'll also get to see more info about your Pokemon, because initially on Shadow Pokemon, you can't even see their nature or their ability. You have to purify them before that information becomes available. Let me catch up on the chat. The Shadow Realm isn't so bad after all. I think I mentioned earlier that being a Shadow Pokemon isn't always downside. I have to mention experience coming up. Shadowmon moves are much more interesting. Yeah, in XD, I guess. 10 gifted subs from Blue Crimson, thank you! So if you receive a gifted if you receive a gifted sub, you should now be able to use the custom emotes, including some that we added for this stream, including Small Dark, which should be Umbreon. Did you feel to go into the effects of Hyper Mode? I think I did. I should also mention that, in Hyper Mode, you can actually select your non-shadow moves, but if you do that, you're just wasting your turn, because your Pokemon will be confused and unable to act, or they might try to attack the enemy trainer, which just counts as wasting your turn. Okay. Then I think the last thing about Shadow Pokemon is that they can't gain XP. The main reason that you want to purify your Pokemon as soon as possible, in most cases, is that Shadow Pokemon cannot actually level up. They can still accumulate experience and effort values from the battles they participate in, but they can't actually cash that... but they can't actually cash those points in until they're purified at the Relic Stone, and are once again able to experience love. Not that anyone would love any of these losers. Do we have a source for the claim that Hyper Mode increases the crit chance of Shadow Rush to near guaranteed? The entire Snag Swap run. Is the XP they accumulate as a shadow still 1-to-1, or is it reduced or boosted? I think it's still 1-to-1. I don't think I don't think there's a penalty or a bonus. I think it's just normal. What I don't know about the hyper mode crit boost is if it's additive, like if it's 70% on top of the base 8%, or if it just sets your crit rate to 70%. But either way, it's really high. I think that's everything for Shadow Pokemon, right? Not all too relevant, but they only start gaining XP at either 80% or 6% of Shadow Gauge. I forget which. Is that true? I don't think it is. I think we can just check here, right? I'm almost certain that's not true. Gameplay differences. When purified, it gains all XP accumulated as a Shadow Pokemon. Ah, you're right. So in Colosseum, Shadow Pokemon only start accumulating XP once it is open at least 2 bars on the heart gauge. Okay, so we'll redo the thing about the level up, because that wasn't that long. We'll hide the ad. So what small Pokemon are supposed to... Oh, and in XD, it's an XP penalty of 80%? Yeah, but we won't mention that. So the main reason that you want to actually purify your Pokemon is because Shadow Pokemon cannot level up. Once 2 bars of the Shadow Gauge have been dropped, they can start accumulating XP and effort values, but they can't actually cash in any of those points until they're brought to the Relic Stone and fully purified, and once again able to experience love, even though nobody would love any of these losers in the first place. We did it. Okay, I think that's everything for specific Colosseum mechanics, right? We mentioned no wild Pokemon, we mentioned Shadow Pokemon, everything about them, we mentioned Gen 3 moves. I think that's it. We'll talk more about the movesets when we actually talk about each individual Pokemon. I guess we'll mention that different Pokemon purify at different speed. Different Pokemon actually purify at different speeds. So the lowest heart gauge... and different Pokemon actually purify at different speeds. Most Pokemon purify at about 10 battles is what it'll take. But for some, I guess, shadowier Pokemon, like the legendary dogs, it's going to take you much longer, so between like 20 and 30. So the whole shadow mechanic is kind of an extra tax on how long it takes for Pokemon to actually become usable. You can see here that powerhouses like Slugma are just extra evil. They had to nerf it somehow. Lord Remy with 5 gifted subs, thank you. Okay. I think that's everything. And of course, you guys that are here in real time, this has taken 55 minutes, but in the actual tier list, everything we've done is going to be like 3 minutes. Wait, you can't see this. There we go. Some of the Shadow Pokemon are probably still pretty usable while shadowed. I think I mentioned that. Call Command? I did mention that. Start at level 28 instead of level 5. Oh yeah, we should mention that about the game, right? I'm here to shill for Ledian. You're going to have to shill real hard. Celebi? Celebi obtainable? It's not on the list, so we can't add it anyway. Yeah, I should also mention the level curve. Another thing I don't remember getting mentioned in the run is that they have less than 1 bar. They go into hyper mode more often. I didn't mention that, but I don't know if it's that important. Celebi's in the bonus disc? Okay, so that doesn't count. Another unique thing about Colosseum is that it kind of starts in the middle. Another unique thing about Colosseum is that it doesn't actually start at the beginning. No, that's not right. Okay, 1 hour in, we haven't ranked everyone. It's not an hour yet, okay? Don't get ahead of yourself. Another unique thing about Colosseum is that the level curve is really different. It actually starts at about 25, because that's the level that your Espeon and Umbreon starter begin at. So it's as if you started from the 3rd gym. When I was younger, I thought that was really cool, but now I think it's just because they wanted to make less of the game. So they just skipped the beginning. Okay, I think those are all of the unique Colosseum mechanics. Yes. With how most of the mons are made of jello and cardboard, will utility be more useful? We'll talk about it when we talk about tiering, but no. No. To be fair, Wes is an experienced trainer by the start of the game. Alright, I guess we'll mention that. I guess it wouldn't make sense for an experienced trainer like Wes here to actually start with noob Pokemon. I guess it's kind of like how Death Knight started level 55, right? Wouldn't make sense to be a noob. Sounds like an excuse to me. Okay. Alright. They wanted to make less of the game. They didn't go far enough. Yeah, you can say that again. So that's actually a pretty good lead into. We're going to do a mini review of Pokemon Colosseum here, because I imagine a lot of people haven't actually played it. Alright. We're actually going to do a mini review of Pokemon Colosseum, since I imagine a lot of people haven't actually had the chance to play it, and I'm actually able to give my perspective on this game from 2 different times. So, when I was a young cheese, I was really looking forward to this game. I remember my local EB Games, maybe you've heard of that store, ended up getting the game, I think, 1 day early, and I was so excited I couldn't sleep. So I can confidently say, having just replayed this game for the Pokemon Snag Swap Challenge, link in the description, I can say both from a young perspective and from a current perspective, where, I mean, I'm still kind of young, I'm 28. This game sucks. It's awful. It is actually awful. So, younger me expected Pokemon Stadium 3. Which I think is fair, right? I mean, they named the game Pokemon Colosseum. I expected it to be a full battle simulator with all of the rental Pokemon, with the single-player RPG tacked on. Well, it definitely does feel tacked on. I don't think I would even call it half-baked. They didn't even turn the oven on, okay? Even though it's set in the desert, they didn't bake anything. The desert setting is really fitting because there's nothing in this game. It is about 3 very dingy hallways, and then 2 kind of shiny hallways, and then the game is over. The Snag Swap Challenge took us about 30 hours. It's because we're using garbage, okay? If you actually follow this in-game tier list and use good Pokemon, the game is over in about 4-5 hours. It is just a content void. If you're wondering if you should play this game, my answer to you is no. It's just a miserable experience overall. The story is non-existent, and something I didn't pick up on when I was a kid, because I didn't know any Japanese back then, is that the translation is ass. It is super clunky, and you can see the Japanese. Like Rui, the girl, she can see shadow Pokemon. I can see the Japanese. It's very poorly hidden and very stiff. In fact, let's do a little experiment. I don't know if we're gonna do the experiment. Oh, we might do the experiment. The game was pretty good in 2004. I disagree. The game was good in 2004. I disagree. This was actually the very first Pokemon game that young me was disappointed by. Because I was a huge Pokemon fan. And even I was like, man, something went wrong here. Like, enemy teams are a complete disaster. I think this is. Like, enemy teams are a complete disaster. I think at some point during the run through, I unironically said that we have to take Hoppip down first because it's the more threatening enemy. That's the level of team building you're dealing with on the enemy side. And I guess, as is thematic with there being a bunch of garbage Johto Pokemon, the level curve is nonsensical. I think in the final 6 battles of the game, there's a 20 level swing. So I think the expectation is that you go and grind in the Colosseums. Maybe that's why they called it Pokemon Colosseum. Now, that's not to say that the game is all bad. In fact, I think there are 3 aspects of the game that actually hold up really well. So the first is the concept, which is why I imagine most people remember the game fondly. The concept is really cool. You're a renegade evil team member, and you steal other people's Pokemon. Really neat idea. And maybe we'll see that applied to a good game at some point. Another aspect that's really great is the music. This game has sick beats, and I think because it's supposed to be kind of a battle simulator, there's actually really good variety in the music. So in most mainline games, you have, the regular theme, then you have the boss battle theme, and that's kind of it. But there's like 7 or 8 or 9 different battle themes that you hear even when you're battling like normal opponents. It's actually really cool. That aspect is great. And what I would probably say is the single best part of the game are the animations. Particularly the individual animations for each Pokemon. I think that they're actually incredible. Like, if you compare them to the modern animations, the reason why people say the modern animations are bad is because we've seen good animations. They're in this game. There's so much personality in each and every Pokemon. I would actually call it lovingly crafted. I have nothing bad to say about the individual animations. They're amazing. They're really charming. And if there is a reason to play this game, it's just to see the animations for each Pokemon. I think they look great. Anything else to say about this game before we actually start with the rankings? The fact that there are animations. Animations are better than Gen 8s? Oh yeah. Good to see the stream started over an hour ago and no Pokemon have been ranked yet. That's a fun tradition. We've been talking about stuff, but yeah, we haven't ranked anything. Sudowoodo running. Any animations in particular that we really liked? I really liked the damage ones. Are you going to put in clips of animation in the premium edit? Yeah. So that's why I'm trying to think of one to actually mention in particular. I like Xatu's animation. Xatu is in the game, right? We have clips of Xatu. Thoughts on Miracle? Do you mean Mirabee? He's cool. Oh yeah, the Roselia Sassy Walk after taking damage. Magnemite damage animation. Kadabra showing off its spoon and landing on its head is a favorite of mine. I think that was in Stadium as well, right? And you see the splash animation before deciding if they're good or not. We did face Feebas and Magikarp and one trainer in the under, but I don't know if they ever actually got to act. I think they just died right away. Oh, Miracle Bee is a thing. Oh, okay, we didn't do any of the post games. I'm guessing that's where it is. I think we battled pretty much every... Oh, it's not post game. Oh, maybe we just missed them then. I actually really liked Meditite's animation, so I might mention that one. I guess one Pokemon's animations that really surprised me were Meditites. I'm not a big Meditite fan, but seeing the animations in this game, maybe I could be. It's he's vibing, and he does some handstands. It's cool. And I'll put that in the premium. All right. I think that's everything, right? We talked about the unique mechanics. We talked, we did a brief review of the game. Ready to start talking about the tiering? I think so. Pink Panther strolling the S tier. Looking hot with the beard. Thank you. We're shaving it today because I'm filming something tomorrow. And I don't want it to like kind of grow back. I want it to be gone. All right. Were the criteria mentioned already? Not yet, so we're going to do that now. 1 hour in and nothing ranked? Yup. Welcome to an imported cheese tier list. Alright, so what are the criteria for this tier list? Well, let's go over... Okay. So what are the criteria for this tier list? Before we go over the tiers themselves, I'll just talk about what I generally consider to be important in an in-game tier list. So I'm only considering up until the final story battle, which is against Evis in the Realgam Colosseum. So nothing in the post-game is being considered. Generally, I just want you to smash through the game. So that means I value Pokemon that are really fast and Pokemon that are really strong, which can hit the opponent and knock them out, preferably in one shot before they do anything. And you just do that over and over for about 3 hours until you're done with this trash fire of a game. Now, people have been saying, what about defensive Pokemon? It's finally time for defensive Pokemon to shine since they're in double battles. Well, no. Double battles just means that now you can field 2 Pokemon that are really strong and kill the opponent first. Why does there being 2 Pokemon suddenly mean that defenses are better? What, because one of the Pokemon can draw fire away from the offensive Pokemon? How about this? How about both your Pokemon attack and kill the opponent before they can do anything? Now that's a strategy. What about screens? What about screens? I don't care. I took 0 damage because the opponent's dead. That's a strategy. $9 donation from Max. We'll say this game is a treat to watch friends stream. The despair in his voice when his Hitmontip used triple kick and did 25% to Iron's Huntail was great. Sounds like Colosseum to me. I'm going to have to disagree. Defense matters here for once, since Umbreon stops Pokemon from one-sidedly bullying a Pokemon to death. What is this? Nonsense. Dead Pokemon deal 0 damage. Kill them. Don't waste your time with defensive Pokemon. I will concede that there is actually a use for defensive Pokemon that doesn't exist in the real game. And that is, when you're trying to catch Pokemon, you can just send out wall Pokemon to sit there and not die. And that actually is important because catching in this game is really high stakes. So because every Shadow Pokemon is part of a trainer's roster, if you end up failing to catch them by accidentally knocking them out, it's really annoying to re-encounter them. Because oftentimes, you can't just rebattle the trainer. What'll happen is that the Shadow Pokemon shows up in like a Colosseum battle later, or even in the post-game. It's really obnoxious, so you have to catch them, or else you pretty much have to reset. And you can't actually save anywhere. You have to actually save at a PC, so you can lose a lot of progress just by failing to catch a Pokemon. So in that sense, you might want to be very conservative with how much you weaken them, especially because, remember, every Shadow Pokemon has a recoil move. So you might actually only lower their health to like a third, and then like status them, and then toss out walls and try to defend. That is the only use for defensive Pokemon. If you're in a vanilla battle with no Shadow Pokemon, walls are useless. Just kill them. Okay, I think that's okay. Oh, nice. I didn't miss the Pokemon rankings? Of course not. We're only an hour in. Shouldn't you mention the Pokeball exploit that you didn't use? I guess I could, but that only matters for like 4 Pokemon. You can do worse than clicking Helping Hand. I guess I'll mention that. I was going to mention that when we get to Plusle, but we can mention it. We can mention it now. Now, one thing that you can potentially do if you're useless at attacking is you can use a move called Helping Hand. So normally that's useless because most battles are single battles in the franchise, but in this game everything's a double battle. So what Helping Hand does is it has increased priority. It'll almost always go first. And it'll boost the damage that your partner does by 50%. So if your name is Plusle, you can Helping Hand to be better than you would be otherwise. Wow. One thing you can do to make catching a bit easier is cheat. So there's a glitch that allows you to essentially get infinite Pokeballs. This does apply to the Master Ball, but you get the Master Ball when there's only about 5 or 6 Pokemon left to catch anyway, so I don't think it really matters. But it is something you can do, and you're already stealing Pokemon, so you may as well go full evil, right? And just cheat while you're at it. Is that all the criteria? I think so. Don't forget status moves are useful. I mentioned leaving them at high HP and statusing them, right? So I think that's everything, right? Also, very important, the ball glitch is not in the player's choice copy of the game. Alright, so if you're Mr. Moneybags and you somehow have a physical copy of this game, don't get the player's choice copy because they fixed the cheat. Okay. Alright, this game loves confusion. Stealing Pokemon in Infinite Balls. This game actually does have an action replay built into it. Lets everybody ranking together. I think that's all the in-game criteria, right? I'm very late, but I see it doesn't matter at all. It's endless. It's endless. The Pokemon Shuffle sprites are great. I'm glad you like them. It's not a normal thing, but I already had all of them for the Snag Swap challenge, so I may as well use them here. Alright, time to describe the tiers? I think so. Any other criteria? I don't think so, right? We talked about offense good, defense still bad. No start. Calm down, bro. That Orre is based on Arizona. I don't even think I'll mention that as single. Statuses for catching? I did mention that. Mention the Ouroboros so you don't get 100 questions about it. We'll mention it when we get to Dunsparce. Alright. Let's describe the actual tiers. How important do you consider catching anyway? I consider it very important. I think I explained why. Because it's really obnoxious to actually try and catch Pokemon if you fail to. Bad AI for Misdreavus. We'll mention that when we talk about Misdreavus. Because it really only applies to Misdreavus. Before you start, let me just point out that it's been an hour and you haven't ranked any Pokemon yet. How many times has that been mentioned already? Red, Violet. It's time to ban. Mods, be ready. Next person who mentions us not having ranked anything, ban them. Don't actually do that. Alright, so let's talk about the tiers. Oh, I should say no in-game stuff. That's good. Also, given this anemic roster, I think you're intended to actually transfer Pokemon over, but we're not going to be considering anything from outside the game. So, no Pokemon from other versions, and nothing from the bonus disc, which I think gave you Jirachi. No wishes come true when you're looking at these Pokemon. Am I the girl with the gall? Yippee. A $5 donation from Jacob McBaggins. I thought we make bad into something like Bad Dion, since we have S for Espeon. Unfortunately, I am intending to put Umbreon in acceptable. At the very bottom of acceptable. But that might change. There seems to be some of these people every stream, but this one is particularly egregious. Maybe because the roster is so small, they might have expected us to start by now. Transfer is after game, I thought. Oh, you can't transfer till after the game? Oh, okay, great. Then we'll mention that then. Also, as always, we're not considering anything from outside the game, so no transfers, even though you can't transfer until post-game anyway, so really that's a moot point. Okay. I think that's it. Alright. So, what are the actual tiers? You might have noticed that there's no tier that even says good. Let's be clear. The moment you decided to play Colosseum, you entered into a contract, okay, where you sacrificed any potential future happiness. Nothing is good in this game, okay? Even the two best Pokemon in the game, I'll tell you right now, it's Espeon and Quilava. Even then, you just get great value Alakazam and off-brand Charizard, okay? With Espeon compared to Alakazam, same great typing that you know and love, fewer stats per serving. And with Quilava and Typhlosion versus the Charizard line, it's actually the same great stats you know and love, without the added typing. Just worse. And it only gets even worse from there, okay? That's the Colosseum experience. Raise your hand if you think that this is hands down the worst roster in the series. There is no debate. Everything in this game is at best, like, begrudgingly okay. For most Pokemon, it is far worse. So what are the tiers? At the very top we have S. So you get Umbreon and Espeon at the beginning. Okay. So what are the actual tiers? At the very top we have S. Espeon's okay, I guess. So is Quilava. Under that we have acceptable. These are for Pokemon where you can use them without taking recoil damage. They're okay, I guess. And then immediately we're getting into bad. These are Pokemon that you only consider using because look at your other options, right? It could be even worse. And it does get worse because already these Pokemon are horrific. These are Pokemon where I would say that, I mean, you gotta be really desperate. I don't know why you're using these. Under that, we've got Johto's Finest. These are actually the worst of the worst. So even though there's two tiers, like, technically under them, Johto's Finest is where we actually put, I think, the worst Pokemon in the game. We're talking Ledian. I actually do not think you could curate a worse roster, because we've got all of Johto's finest. We've got Ledian. We've got Ariados. We've got Apom. We've got Delibird. It's... God. Scientifically engineered by Cypher to be as bad as possible. Ugh. Under Johto's finest, we've got Tyranitardi. So these are for Pokemon that are... I think they would actually be good if they were in the game. So for these are Pokemon, I don't feel comfortable calling them like straight up bad, because they actually are kind of good. They're just not in the game. And my cutoff point for Pokemon going in Tyranitardi is going to be Real Gam Tower. So that means that the last Pokemon that are like eligible to be ranked are going to be the Shadow Lab Pokemon ending with Raikou. Past that, if you're good, you go in Tyranitardi. But otherwise, you're probably going to be in Johto's finest. Because availability does count. I do consider that a lot. So you're going to be better the more of the game you're actually in. And then we have post-game. I guess you could call this a game. And we'll actually do that right now, because I want you to know that even if you beat the game, it doesn't get better, okay? There's no hope for you. What are the post-game Pokemon? Smeargle. Oh, Starving Artist. Togetic. Wow. Not a fairy type. Doesn't even have the option to evolve up into Togetic. Ursaring. Actually would be kind of okay if it was at the start of the game, but it's not. Shuckle. What do you want me to say? It's Shuckle. Like, barely double-digit offenses. Completely worthless. Scizor, you might be thinking, hey, well, Scissor's good, right? Yeah, it is. In Gen 4 and beyond, this is Gen 3. No Technician. I hope you like Silverwind and Metal Claw. And also, Scissor's not even in the base game. You need an e-reader card to actually get it. So, it's pay to lose. Wow. Ho-Oh is actually really good, but in order to get Ho-Oh, it's like the last thing you do in the game, because you have to capture and purify every single Pokemon and clear Mount Battle. So, it's super post-game, but yeah, it's actually good. Okay. There's your lightning round review for the post-game Pokemon. Oh, okay. I guess we'll mention fun trivia. We'll mention fun trivia, I guess, that you do snag Smeargle from President of the United States, Biden. The grunt's name is Biden. If Makuhita's put in Johto's finest, I'm leaving. I mean, it's a Hoenn Pokemon. Also, why in the world would it be down there? It's like the first Pokemon you catch. Can you catch Shadow Rush? I don't know. 6 Pokemon in 2 minutes. This is Blazing Blade fast. I think I missed 10 gift subs, so I should mention that. Sorry, Crazy... Hang on, I can't see your full name. YouTube, please. Crazy... Okay, well, from what I can see on my screen, 10 gift subs from Crazy Bug Badge, or Hive Badge. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Once I can actually see your full name, I'll thank you properly, but thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Crazy Wears PJs? Okay, Crazy Wears PJs, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. I think we mentioned everything, right? Increase your resolution? That's not the issue. It's in OBS, I can't actually see their full name. Maybe next time Chi should livestream a Pokemon game with the absolute best roster in existence? I'm not sure which one that would be, but this is definitely the worst. Alright, so the last thing we'll do before we actually start... Last thing we'll do before we actually start is, because I want as many people to have emotes available as possible, is we're just going to do a little translation test. So I actually have not looked this up. YouTube... I gotta change my... Look at all these thumbnails. I guess I'll show the shadow Pokemon while I do this. If you're confused about what I'm doing, is I'm gonna do... I actually haven't checked this. I have to switch my keyboard to Japanese here because I want to look up something in the Japanese version. So let's go Pokemon Colosseum. Jikkyo, which means playthrough. Alright, I got it. Okay. Okay, so last thing we're gonna do before we actually start is so I suspect I suspected one line of being like a really bad translation. I want to see if I'm actually right. This is actually in the premium edit. This is gonna go a lot earlier. It's gonna go with where I talk about the translation is bad, but we're gonna up the stakes. All right. All right. All right. So I mentioned the translation being bad. I'm gonna put my money where my mouth is. So there was one line in particular which I like. The Japanese was right in front of me, right? It is at the very end of the game. You defeat the evil boss, and he says they can resurrect their shadow Pokemon plan. I am so confident that the Japanese for that was fukkatsu that I'm gonna look it up right now. I haven't looked it up before, but I'll look it up live with you. If it is not fukkatsu, I'll gift 10 subs. But I'm pretty sure that any English speaker would say restart the shadow plan. And the only reason they said fukkatsu was because that's the Japanese. So let's discover right now with us if that's what it said. Such high stakes. Alright. So here it is. It's gonna be one of the last moments in the game, right? Let's discovering together with us. I'm certain. So let's see. We've got to see Evis. It's in his post-battle dialogue, which I guess is in the next part. Bro, did he skip it? No. He skipped it. Lose. No! I guess we gotta find a different one. This guy's got 42 parts. And he says kanketsu, so he said he's got everything. Oh, here we go. Epic React content. Where is it? This is the actual battle. We want the post-battle dialogue. Here it is. Epic React dialogue. Alright, here we go. We won't let you get away. It's gonna be somewhere here. Can you guys actually see the... Yeah, you can see all the dialogue. So we're looking for fukkatsu. Look at this resolution. It says she's a Pikachu. I think he says it after he tries to escape here, right? We'll meet again. So our plan for world domination is not yet over. Oh. I guess I was wrong. Whoops! Let me just make sure. Dark Pokemon による我らの世界征服計画はまだ終わったわけではない. Yeah, they just said their plan for world domination is not over. Never mind. So they just ended up with a weird English thing from, It was an original bad translation. Wow. No fukkatsu. Alright, well, okay. I lost. I can't read Japanese, you could be lying to me. If I was lying to you, wouldn't I say I was right? But I was wrong. Yeah, that was definitely where it was supposed to be. Check before he battles you? No, because he only says it after he lost. But yeah, I lost, so, yeah. Whoops! Time to pay up. Yeah, oh, it does actually. Oh, it's. I should mention that. Translator's note. Oh, dude, we can actually say translator's note. Keikaku means plan. Yeah, we can actually say that. Here it is, it's right here. Okay, so I was totally wrong, but you know, it's worth it because we can actually completely organically say, translator's note, Keikaku means plan. Okay, time for me to pay. This is also, I wanted to test if I can actually gift subs on my own stream. I should be able to, right? Show your support for imported cheese fresh. Oh my god, I can't. Ah. Oh. YouTube, please. You're kidding me. Okay. I gotta do this again. Yeah, for whatever reason, you can't actually gift subs on your own stream. So, I actually missed why are we checking in translation? Because there was one translation. The translation overall is really bad. I thought for sure it was a certain Japanese phrase that you see everywhere, and it wasn't. So, I was wrong. So I'm on a different computer here. So I can log into my main account and then join the stream and then gift the subs. Log in as imported cheese the main and use that to gift a sub. That's what I'm doing right now. Here we go. Oh, I did it. A free member milestone chat. Wow, imported cheese. Thanks for the 3 months. Wow, look at that. Here we go. Time to resurrect the gift sub plan. Only 3 months? Pathetic. Okay, that should work. Alright, there we go. It's nice to see big YouTubers supporting smaller streamers. Alright, thank you everybody for your patience. And now 10 more people have the power of emotes. Look at that. Just in time for us to actually start ranking Pokemon. It only took us, how long? Hour and a half? Yeah, hour and a half. Sounds about right. Tuned in just in time? Hey. Did you catch the Japanese part? So Shadow Fox speaks very good Japanese, so he would have maybe been able to tell. Weeb Jail also speaks Japanese, so both of them, I think, would have agreed that the guy saying we can resurrect our Shadow Pokemon plan would have been Fukkatsu, but it wasn't. They just had a plan for world domination. Just kidding. Did you actually watch the criteria? Did you just skip here with the time code? I won't do that again. Or I'll put that. I'll put that after like Espeon. All right. I just tuned in, but let's say yes. Okay. Well, you tuned in at the right time, because we are actually going to start ranking now, so let's do it. Let me make sure that I can actually switch on the... Okay, yeah. You can't actually see Umbreon's, or Espeon and Umbreon's starting moves, but I know what they are, so I can just tell you. Alright. In real time, it's been an hour and a half, so let's ranking together with us. Starting with one of your two starter Pokemon, Espeon. I already told you where I'm going to put this, so no surprise here, but Espeon goes in S. It is the best Pokemon in the game, and it is not even close. It's really fast, and it's really strong, and it's with you for the entire game. Sounds good to me. Good for this game, at least. So it's level 25, and it's not a Shadow Pokemon, so it's able to gain full experience immediately and level up with you as you defeat Pokemon. Its starting moves are very whatever. It's got Return, but horrible physical attacks. You would never do that. It's got Reflect. Maybe you would do that, but why are you using a defensive move? And it's got Confusion. Stab. Okay. This thing literally only has psychic attacks that are worth using. It has nothing else, but hey, that ends up being good enough. So you might be wondering, well, if it can only use psychic attacks, what do you do if you encounter a dark type? Okay, well, there's two solutions to that. First is, remember, every single battle is a double battle, so just have your opponent kill the dark Pokemon, okay? And the other thing is, what dark Pokemon? There are a grand total of 2 vaguely threatening dark Pokemon in the game. One of them is... Oh, okay, well, there's a grand total of 3 vaguely threatening dark Pokemon in the game. One of them is Absol, who you probably want to catch, right? So you don't want to kill it. One of them is Houndoom, who you probably don't want to kill, right? Because you probably want to catch it. And one of them is Tyranitar, which is almost certainly your Master Ball target. So none of them can actually threaten you, or at least Espeon's attacking stats don't come into... Okay, well, that's just a disaster. So of the... We'll redo that. So Espeon basically only has psychic attacks. And you might be wondering, what about dark types? What do you do if you run into a threatening dark type? Okay, well, a couple points about that. First, it's a double battle, right? Every single battle in the game is a double battle. You have a partner. Have your partner kill them. Or, more likely, you don't want to kill them at all because you want to capture them. So, there are about 3 vaguely threatening dark types in the entire game. There's Absol here. You probably don't want to knock them out because you probably want to catch them. So, Espeon being unable to hurt them doesn't matter. Houndoom, you want to catch it, right? So you don't want to knock it out. So Espeon being unable to hurt it doesn't really matter. And there's Tyranitar, which is the last Pokemon in the game and probably your Master Ball target. So again, Espeon being unable to hurt them doesn't even matter. You might notice that Murkrow and Sneasel are also dark types. Who cares? They're awful. You're never in danger. And on top of all of that, don't fall for the super effective Swindle, right? Just because you get hit super effectively doesn't mean anything. Especially because Dark is a special type in this game, and your special defense is actually, okay, so you don't really have to worry about dying there. What about Steel types? I don't think it... Oh, right. What about Steel types? I guess they resist your psychic moves. Kill them with your partner. Anything else to say about anything else to say about Espeon? I think that's everything, right? What about bug types? Squish them. Bug types suck. It's Gen 3. Let's see if I missed anything. Your other Pokemon kill the dark Pokemon. Psychic is a good monotype to have. Reflect isn't bad for doubles. Isn't comp. Yep, I mentioned that. Is Gale of Darkness the good GameCube game? It's definitely better than this game. In XD, you can have Bite on Espeon, but just feels bad to Espeon again after Colosseum. Yeah, I don't think you can Helping Hand with Espeon in this game. I don't think it gets it. I know Umbreon doesn't. I think that's it for Espeon, right? Oh, I will mention that. Don't get an adamant one. Yeah. Also, my particular Espeon in the Snag Swap Colosseum. So my particular Espeon in the Snag Swap run actually had an adamant nature. So adamant is plus attack minus special attack. So almost the worst possible nature you could have. And it was missing out on one-hit KOs just by like a sliver of health because of the minus special attack. So natures are actually kind of important. Never forget the marginal differences. But hey, you do 10% more damage with return. Wow. Alright, I think that's it for Espeon. Umbreon! Umbreon fans rejoice, because you're never going to see Umbreon as high as this again. It's probably going to be the very bottom Pokemon in acceptable. Umbreon is still pretty bad, but have you seen the other Pokemon in this game? It's a wall Pokemon. Wall Pokemon are pretty useless, but hey, you can throw him out when you're trying to catch, and he probably won't die. Probably the biggest point in Umbreon's favor is that it's not a Shadow Pokemon, even though it is a Dark type, so that means you can accumulate experience right away and scale up without having to go through all the purification nonsense. I really wish you could use Helping Hand. If you could use Helping Hand, I'd be a lot more enthusiastic about putting it in acceptable, but Umbreon in this game in particular, the one you get, doesn't have Helping Hand, so that sucks. The strongest move you get on this thing is Bite. 60 base power, and you have 65 base special attack. Nice. Pretty disappointing. How do you actually kill things with Umbreon? You really don't. Unfortunate. Crunch if you use the TM. There's no Crunch TM. I have checked the Japanese text for the device thing. Apparently the Yarinaoshi instead of Fukatsu. Oh, was I looking at the wrong segment? Oh. Well, I was still wrong. I guess we'll just cut this from the premium. I never made a mistake. Don't worry about it. I would have been wrong anyway. The main reason Umbreon usually sucks is opportunity cost. I will actually mention that. Something I maybe should have mentioned earlier is that experience is really tight in this game. Something I should have mentioned earlier is that experience is really tight in this game. There isn't a lot of it, so you're probably going to have to do a couple repeated battles. Normally in the in-game tier list, I just consider you mostly just gunning through the game and doing like 1 or 2 side objectives. For this game in particular, I'm probably going to assume that you're clearing each of the Colosseums 4 times, which is what you need to actually get all the TMs from them, and probably doing Mount Battle up to like 60 or so. So there's a little bit of grinding that I'm accounting for. I mention that now because you probably shouldn't be putting any XP into Umbreon. It's really not worth it. But if you decide to go with that, it's not the worst thing in the world, unlike some other stuff we're going to see later. I should have found it in the English to make sure you got the right part. I'm not going to redo it. I'm just going to edit it out. You'll only know that I'm flawed if you watch the live. Anything else to mention? I will say, Somebody left a comment. Somebody left a comment. I won't call you out by name, but you know who you are. That Umbreon should get credit for taunt utility. I'll use that as an opportunity to say that taunt is possibly the single worst use of your turn that you could possibly do. So not only does taunt waste your turn, it prevents your opponent from wasting their own turn, because now they have to attack you instead of doing nonsense with status moves or stat boosts that do nothing. So if I were to actually give Umbreon taunt utility, it would be negative utility. Horrible. Why are you taunting in an in-game playthrough? Taunt's really good and competitive, though, but that's not what we're talking about. Is it in Colosseum, though? You get confused and attracted a lot. How about you don't actually get attacked ever because the opponent's dead because you're not using Umbreon? How about that? This means we can't do Keikakumin's plan anymore. It means it won't be in the premium, but you saw it here live. I think that's it for Umbreon. Okay, next. Makuhita. I think this is actually the very first Shadow Pokemon that you snag. So Makuhita has got a big attack stat. Sounds good to me. Probably going to be one of the top Pokemon in Acceptable. So with Shadow Pokemon, we should probably look at what moves they start with. And because TMs are so limited in this game, you don't really have a chance to change them up. Big thing about Makuhita is that it gets a good move. Well, one good move. It's Foresight completely useless, Focus Energy completely useless, Vital Throw very underwhelming, but what we're looking at here is Cross Chop. I think it's actually the strongest fighting move in the game by base power, at least, aside from a low HP reversal. 100 base power stab move off of very good base attack. I think it's either 120 or 130 on Hariyama. Okay. Unfortunately, Cross Chop does have 80% accuracy, so 20% of the time you're going to be really sad. But hey, 80% of the time, you actually hit and you probably killed the opponent. Sure. Unfortunately, Hariyama is really slow, so your opponents might actually be sneaking some hits on you, but you could do far worse than the Makuhita line. I think that's good enough for us to go ahead and put it in the acceptable tier. Anything else to say about Makuhita? Oh, yeah. Also, both of its abilities are pretty good. You can get either... Oh, I'm not actually... My curse is not actually over it. Also, both of Makuhita's abilities are really good. It can either get Thick Fat, which reduces damage from fire and ice. Maybe that's not that good, because why are you even getting hit? But you can also get Guts, which gives you an attack boost if you get status. Sure, that might come up. Most Pokemon have no ability, so having an ability that actually does something is definitely a positive. I think Espeon and Umbreon both have Synchronize, which just statuses the opponent with whatever status they inflict you with. Horrible. They don't have abilities. .50 base speed. Awful. Anything else to say about Makuhita? I think that's everything. It's a beefy attacker, pretty good. Yeah. Okay, I think that's everything. All right. Time to kick off the Johto starter trio with Bayleaf. So the Johto starters are the worst in Pokemon history, and Bayleaf is the worst out of the three. You might remember Bayleaf from its starring role in Gen 2 starters, where I gave it a 1 out of 10. Is it any better here? Nope, it's even worse. So normally, the move counter has negative priority, right? It goes after your opponent. I'm going to use counter first, okay? I see it. You might be saying, Bayleaf is the best choice because you can get Entei and Suicune, who can replace the role of Quilava and Feraligatr. Well, first of all, Quilava is better than Entei. Suicune is actually better than Feraligatr. But Bayleaf being the best choice for grass doesn't mean anything, because grass is ass, okay? It doesn't matter that it's the best grass type, because you don't need a grass type. It's the same energy as people trying to stuff generals into their army in Fire Emblem. Who cares about unit diversity? You don't need diversity, you need good units. Bayleaf is not good. Oh, such a fall from grace for Razor Leaf, where it was one of the best moves in the game in Gen 1 because it automatically crit. Here, if you try to use Razor Leaf, not only is it a grass move, it's a spread move. So it's 55 base power cut in half. Horrible. You would do more damage actually just tossing real bay leaves at them. Some people don't like the flavor, including me. That would do more damage than Razor Leaf in this game. Absolutely pathetic. Now, what if you intend to replace Quilava or Feraligatr with the respective legendary dog? You should still pick them, because the legendary dogs aren't in half the game, and also, this is very important, each of these three come with the held item that boosts their stab type. So, Bayleaf comes with a Miracle Seed, Quilava comes with a Charcoal, and Croconaw comes with the Mystic Water. So that means that by picking Bayleaf, you are actively making the later legendary dogs worse, because you're stuck with a useless Miracle Seed. You're gonna need a miracle to make this thing worth using. Ugh! Bad. No, we'll actually put it in acceptable, because it's got Body Slam. Like, you're gonna see what Pokemon going bad. Maybe Bayleaf doesn't belong there. Actually, it does. Yeah, it's bad. Whatever. It's bad. B for bad, B for Bayleaf. Yeah, it's really not acceptable. Horrible. Does it have status? No, it doesn't. So it's extra bad. The best thing you can do with Bayleaf is get Body Slam, which I think it starts with. So non-stab Body Slam from 80 base attack. And that's the best you can do. Wow. Boo. This man and his wrong opinions about grass. It's not wrong, though. Meganium was honestly the best mon I've used in Colosseum. Huge bulk. And one hit a lot with Solar Beam. Lets you use Entei too, and Feraligatr sucks. Ban this guy. Everything about that is wrong. Where's the Solar Beam TM? It's a reward from, I think, Fennec Colosseum, which is one of the easiest ones, so you can actually get it kind of early. It's not post-game. The most damage you can do with Meganium is Sunny Beam. And it is easier to set that up since you have two Pokemon on the field, so one of them can do Sunny Day, which then buffs your entire team for 5 turns, but it's not worth it. Why are you spending a turn on this? I put 3 hours into grinding immediately as a general, and she performs better than Seth. To be fair, you advocated for Helping Hand earlier. I said it was some way that useless Pokemon could be less useless. It's still not good. Grass is a great coverage type, but a painful stab type. Ban this guy too. What do you mean a great coverage type? It's a horrible coverage type. as expected, grass propaganda in full bloom. People just can't accept that one of the starter types is objectively horrible. If Bayleaf retained its current usefulness, but the rest of the roster wasn't so atrocious, would Bayleaf actually be in D? I mean, it's a starter with okay base stats at the beginning of the game. It's never going to be worse than just like B. I think there was something I wanted to say. It was about Razor Leaf. No, I think that's everything. Does Bayleaf get penalized for being mutually exclusive with the other starters and their items? Yes. I think I mentioned that. That even if you intend to replace Quilava and Croconaw, you should still pick them because you get their items. Does it learn Magical Leaf? Nope. So why isn't it in Horrific? Have you seen the other Pokemon in this game? Alright, I think that's everything for Bayleaf. We mentioned everything, right? Grass, bad as usual. No news there. Alright. This game's roster, if I recall, is largely Gen 2. I'm guessing you just joined, because we've been talking about that for a while. Oh, it was recovery moves is what I wanted to mention. Now, one thing that people will probably try to defend Bayleaf for is it gets synthesis. It can heal itself. So, as always regarding defensive/utility things, why are you taking damage? Who cares about moves that don't kill the opponent? But also, you know what's better than synthesis? Lemonade. If you want to stay on the grass theme, Energy Root, you can buy those for healing items. Healing items are just way better because they don't care about your base speed. They'll always go first. They can heal your entire health pool instead of just half of it, although it's 2/3 in Sun, wow. And perhaps more important than all of that, because this is a double battle, you can actually heal with your opponent's turn. More important than all of that, because this is a double battle, you can actually heal with your ally's turn, so it's far more flexible. Yeah, Pokemon that have healing moves on their learn sets, which is actually going to be a couple others throughout the run, so I'll mention it now, useless. You'd rather just have a move that does damage. Outclassed by commerce. Embargo moment? Is Embargo even in Gen 3? It might be. Alright. I think that's it for Bayleaf. Okay. Next. Quilava. The Charizard at home. This is the only other Pokemon that's actually going to go in the S tier. It's a fast and strong special attacker. Strong, relative for this game. It's only a monotype, which is unfortunate. But then again, it's not as if Charizard had stab in Gen 3 anyway. It's okay. It'll probably go first, and probably knock the opponent out with a decently strong fire move. By this game's standards, that is absolutely S tier, and it is one of the very first Pokemon you encounter as well. I think it gets Dig as one of its shadow moves. That's not very exciting, but ground coverage is very useful and also very rare, so it's not nothing. I think that actually is a point in its favor. It doesn't get Flamethrower in its base kit, which is a little unfortunate. It starts with Flame Wheel, but it does learn Flamethrower through level up. And once you get to the Under, which is a little over halfway through the game, you can actually buy Fire Blast if you feel so inclined. And you can also Sunny Beam with it if that's what you want to do. It has Sunny Day in its learn set. Like when you purify Shadow Rush, you get Sunny Day. A lot of Pokemon actually get Sunny Day. It's kind of shocking. Like, look at this. Look how sunny it is. It's always sunny in Orre. It's a desert. I'm going to catch up on stuff people have said. It gets Flamethrower at 50 something? Yeah, it's a little late, but you can Fire Blast in the meantime. Better than Espeon, though? I don't know if... I'm assuming somebody in the chat said it's better than Espeon. I didn't say it was better than Espeon. You can see I put it below it. Why are you saying Quilava and not Typhlosion? It evolves, right? I mean, it's a Quilava here. You can evolve it, but you have to purify it first. It takes a little while. Entei might be better even with late availability. In what way is Entei better? I guess I'll just let me be really explicit. YouTube, don't ban me. But I do think the Quilava line is better than Entei. It's faster and it has higher special attack. Entei's bulkier. Who cares? Why are you getting hit? And again, even if you want to use Entei instead, you should still pick Quilava because Quilava has the charcoal, which you can then give to Entei. Entei joins at a high level, comma, no. No. There you go. It joins at level 40. You're going to be higher than level 40 if you've been using Quilava by that point. It's actually a good point, I know. That's why I'm the one on camera. I'm never wrong. Ignore the whole thing about the translation. I think that's it for Quilava, right? You won't be able to purify it until after you get Entei anyways? No, you purify before you get Entei. You purify right after Hitmontop. So that's before Entei. Is Raikou straight up not available to snag in this game? It is. Did I forget Raikou? It's right here. It's pretty late though. So it might not have been on your screen. Okay, I think that's it for Quilava. Alright. Croconaw! Water's a pretty good type! Croconaw, unlike Cyndaquil, I think is actually pretty much strictly outclassed by the legendary dog. I think Suicune is actually better than Feraligatr. But hey, you have Croconaw for way more of the game. So Croconaw is still fairly useful, and again, even if you fully intend to replace it with Suicune, you should still pick Croconaw because you get the Mystic Water. Croconaw, I think it's definitely worse than Quilava, so I don't think it's going to go in the S tier, but we'll put it in acceptable. It's very solid. It gets Surf as one of its starting moves, but again, keep in mind, even though you might think like, oh, Gen 3 Surf, it doesn't even hit your ally, it only hits opponents. Remember that spread moves are only half power. So it is not nearly as exciting as you think. Still very respectable, though. I don't really have that much bad to say about Croconaw and Feraligatr. It's fine. Available early. Acceptable offense. Good type. But you get Suicune later, who's better. But Croconaw's in more of the game. So, pros and cons. More pros than cons. Anything else to say about Croconaw? I guess we'll mention that Croconaw has the best attack out of the 3 starters. I mean physical attack, which does actually matter because before you purify, which does take a long time, it's about, I would say about half the game before you can purify, maybe closer to a third of the game before you can purify. You're going to be forced to use Shadow Rush sometimes, and Shadow Rush is a physical move, so having good physical attack is actually kind of relevant. Ice coverage moves, you can teach a Blizzard. I'd move it up. Early Rain Dance is a good niche, and you can always use it alongside Suicune if you want. What does Early Rain Dance do? Why would you use it alongside Suicune? Also, you're the guy who said that Taunt was good on Umbreon, so I don't trust a single syllable that you've typed. I think that sounded really aggressive, but I guess the nicer way of saying that is I don't agree that Rain Dance utility is worth anything more than it's already been given. Is it the second best water type in the game? I think it's actually going to end up ranked above Suicune because it's available so much more. Like, Suicune is marginally better. Slugma should go in Horrific. Who's the next Pokemon? You type syllables. In my defense, I said you could use Taunt, not that it's great. This guy can't get away from defense. Defense is bad. Well, you said it should get credit for Taunt. It should get negative credit. Alright, here we go. I think that's everything for Crocno, right? Nothing else to add? Okay. Alright. Slugma. Slugma. One of the very few Gen 3 Pokemon in this game. I mean, Slugma Male Gaming, Slugma Nuts. Any other Slugma memes we should get out of the way right now? Yeah, so Slugma, notoriously awful. One of the very few Pokemon that gains a dual type and actually gets worse. Rock Fire is absolutely horrific. It's right down there with Rock Steel in terms of, like, the Hall of Lame of dual typing. Is it one of Johto's finest? Get ready, guys. Slugma males stay winning. No, it's just horrific. Why? It is available very early, and probably more importantly than that, it's actually got an okay special attack stat, and it actually starts with Flamethrower. So, make no mistake, if this was available any later, and if it didn't have Flamethrower in its starting moveset, it would be in Johto's finest for sure. But it's saved by circumstance. It's just horrific. Slugma males stay winning. I would seriously argue that Slugma is better than Bayleaf. Let's not go too far, my friend. You know that I like fire, and I don't like grass, and not even I would say that Slugma is better than Bayleaf. Oh yeah, it has Yawn, which can be useful for catching, I guess. But there's better ways to status than Yawn on Slugma. I think someone was confused when I said Slugma was Gen 3, and I did like a gesture, right? I think it's like a running joke that people think Slugma is from Gen 3 even though it's from Gen 2 because you find it, like all Johto Pokemon, it lives in Kanto. It's like post-game in Kanto, and it's horrific. People just assume it was in Gen 3 that it was introduced because you find it in Mount Chimney. Yeah, anything else to say about Slugma? It's really bad. it's, it's really bad. It's really bad, but it's not quite Johto's finest. Meanwhile, doesn't Flannery have Macargo? I don't know if she does. No, she has Numel, she has Torkoal. Maybe she does have Slugma. Okay. Anything else for Slugma? I think that's it, right? It's not even bad enough to end up in the Johto Hall of Fame. I mean, don't worry, we're gonna have plenty of entrants in the Johto Hall of Fame. The only thing I like about Macargo is I think the name pun is fun. It is a fun name. Alright. I think we're done with the sun has set on Slugma Mail Gaming. Not a sunny day. Okay. Noctowl. One of the worst regional birds. Might actually be the worst regional starter bird. So of course it's in this game. It's bad. Worthless on offense, but I think it does get hypnosis, which can be useful to help catch things. Has fly, but this bad attack. That's a pretty fun comment. Noctowl has hypnosis, which just like Yawn puts the opponent to sleep in 2 turns. I think on average it's slightly better than 2 turns, right? Because it's 60% accuracy. Let's take a look at what moves it actually gets. I think just pressing this will work, right? Yeah. So you can see it's got Hypnosis, Reflect, Fly, Steel Wing. Who cares? It does like 10 damage. But other Pokemon in the game do like 5 damage, so could be worse. And it does have pretty good special bulk, but again, who cares about taking... and it does have pretty good special bulk, but you know who else does? Umbreon. So you should just use Umbreon. Since this is the first Pokemon with Fly, I guess we'll mention that Fly is very weird in this game. Not in terms of mechanics, just in terms of animation. So there are flying animations that look pretty good, like the Pokemon flap their wings. But the issue is that something went wrong in between attacking with Fly and actually using it, because they revert to their standing animation like in midair, and then they resume flying. It's very weird. Noctowl at least has good TM moves as well. Yeah, Scuba Luigi said it. What TMs? What TMs? Psychic? Espeon can do that. I don't think there's anything else to say about Noctowl. Yeah. That's it for Noctowl. Bad. But just bad. Okay. All right. Flaffy. Very difficult to spell. It's got 2 A's and 2 F's. So I think that the Ampharos line... I'm going to say right now, I like the Ampharos line personally. I think they're really cute. I think the Ampharos line is always really, really overrated. It's super slow. But it's not overrated in Gen 2 in particular, because in Gen 2, you can enter it into the elemental punch-out circuit, and it also is in a game with the static speed system, which means that its low speed is not as much of a problem. We're not in Gen 2, despite the disaster you see on screen. So that means that it does actually suffer from low speed, because it doesn't get static speed to patch it up, and it also cannot elemental punch in this game. You basically only get electric moves. Despite all of the flaffy slander, I think it's pretty good. It's definitely better than Umbreon. All you get is a fairly strong and slow Thunderbolt, but that's not that bad at all. It is a very strong Thunderbolt. And also it has Thunder Wave in its starting move pool, which is very good. This is the most reliable status in the entire game. 100% paralysis if they're not a ground type. Remember that electric types aren't immune to paralysis yet. So you can paralyze, I think, every single Pokemon you have to actually catch except for Piloswine and there's one other ground type, Vibrava. Very useful. So if you need to kill them, you can hit them with a Thunderbolt. And if you need to catch them, you can Thunder Wave them. So lots of uses for Flaffy. I think Raikou is way better once you actually get it, but hey, you get Flaffy way earlier. So anything else to say about Flaffy? I think we covered everything. You can Thunder Shock them if you need to catch them. What was its purification move? I missed that. Oh, Thunder Shock. Yeah. Yeah. Flaffy does benefit a lot from purification because it is stuck with Thunder Shock until you purify it. Thunder Shock's pretty disappointing, only 40 base power, but once you purify, you do get Thunderbolt, which is really strong. And Thunder Shock, given the garbage you fight, is actually almost good enough for the battles you have to do before purification. That should tell you how bad the enemy teams are. Are those cicadas outside? It's construction. I can't do anything about that. But hopefully the construction noises should be less noticeable in the premium because there will be music. Also, don't a weirdly high amount of Pokemon in this game get refresh upon purification? You mean the move refresh? I don't think a single one of them. Look how high every mon is so far. This game must have great mons. Let's go ahead and move. I'm going to move this down a bit. Let's make sure you can actually see this just to get ready for the upcoming Pokemon. Can get to Skiploom, right? Okay. Okay. Anything else to say about Flaffy? I think we covered everything. Biggest flaw is that it's really slow and only has electric moves, but it at least does a lot of damage to things that aren't electric immune. Just wish it was faster. Okay. I think that's it for Flaffy. I don't think I was unfair to Flaffy. It sounded pretty negative in the beginning, but I think it's important to be realistic about Flaffy's capabilities. It's not bad at all. Shadow Pokemon in this get a move they never learned in the main games. Example, what if Charizard learned Surf? What in the world? Are you alright? That comment didn't make any sense. Okay. Alright. Skiploom. I imagine out of every placement in this list, this is the one that's going to shock people the most. It's either this or Plusle, so there's a preview for you. I'm going to put it at the very bottom of acceptable. To be clear, this thing is completely useless at actually hurting things. It does... I think I mentioned that Noctowl did 10 damage. This thing does 3 damage. It does absolutely 0 damage. What in the world are we doing here? This is the fastest and most reliable sleeper in the game. So, Skiploom and eventually Jumpluff. It's got very good base speed. It's almost certainly going first. And it has the most accurate sleep move in the game, which is Sleep Powder at 75%. So, because I mentioned before, catching Pokemon is really annoying in this game, because if you fail, you have to, rematch them in the Colosseum, or even, go in the postgame. So you really don't want to fail. Thunder Wave is the easy option for reliable status, but because every Pokemon can hurt themselves with Shadow Rush, putting them to sleep is actually the safer option a lot of the time. Yeah, I mean, people are, having a good laugh in the comment. You should yuck it up. This is very funny. That Skiploom gets to be this high. You would never see this in any other game. In most games, this thing is completely useless. But specifically because of the context of this game, for having the best catch utility possible, you get to being acceptable. So I think in the Hard Gold and Soul Silver tier list, there's about 45 minutes of Hoppip propaganda. It was like a huge argument. I guess it was just a delayed effect. So the Hoppip lobby finally succeeding at getting the Hoppip line a decent placement. It just had to be compared to these guys. If I was really in the pocket of the Hoppip lobby, I'd probably say something about how the fact that it does 3 damage is good because that allows you to more safely chip away at enemy Pokemon HP after you sleep them and try to weaken them gradually. But I mean, I'm not going to go that far. I'm not going to say that doing less damage is an upside. No, it's not. But yeah, fastest, most reliable sleep in the game. That's worth something, but only in the Colosseum. Once you step out into the real world, yeah, this thing's garbage. But, I mean, after this, don't you dare say that I'm biased against grass types, okay? I'm very fair. Last thing we'll say about Jumpluff doesn't actually... I think I've called it every single member of its evolution line. Last thing we'll say, I said Jumpluff because Jumpluff in particular has a glitched shadow in this game. So it's a shadow Pokemon, and also its shadow, like its physical shadow, is for some reason cubical. I guess because it's on the GameCube, even though Jumpluff's puffs are spherical. I have no idea how that happened, but that's interesting. It doesn't affect the placement at all. I just think it's neat. Earthquake Immune is also a nice bonus in Skiploom's favor, I guess, but you're only Earthquaking, I think, pretty much with Vibrava at the end of the game. Yeah, and yeah, it is pretty cute. I mean, that doesn't count. Anything else to say about Skiploom? Quag gets Earthquake? Does it get Earthquake in this game? I know it's not in its starting lineup, but maybe it's in the Gen 3 level up moveset. Let's just check that. I think you're right. I'm not saying you're wrong. Let's just double check. Let's make sure you can actually see this, right? Quagsire. Oh, I'm still in Japanese. Quagsire. I want to look at Gen 3 level ups. Gen 3. I think you're right. I think it does get Earthquake. Yeah, it does. It's 42. Okay. Boop. Let's see. Wow, people really like Quagsire. Wow, people have a lot to say about Quagsire. Okay. Yeah, so this happens every single time we have to talk about Quagsire because people really like Quagsire. I agree, it's like super cute and derpy, and of course its typing is amazing. Like Water Ground is maybe like a top 3 dual typing in the game. It's insane, right? You're invincible, and both types are really, really good on offense. Quagsire's stats are hopeless. They're so bad. Like every time, I have to remind you about how bad they are. So we're going to look right now. The sensitive among you might want to avert your eyes. They're not that bad. How can you be so wrong? Like, look at this. 35 base speed. 85 attack, 65 special attack. Horrific all around. On the cusp of unusable. Completely carried by its typing. Trying to close this. Right, so even though you get Stab Surf, which sounds really good just when you hear it, that's Stab Surf off of 65 special attack, that's doing 50% damage. No, that's horrible. It does get Earthquake through level up, which off of 85 base attack with stab and full power in this game. That's almost good, but yeah. Considering all of the other garbage stats, I'm like very begrudgingly putting this in acceptable. I am putting it below Skiploom. Wow. Quagsire's Shadow Rush is pretty strong. It's okay. I personally think it should be like top of bad, but people like Quagsire so much, and I can see a world, this world in particular, where yeah, I would look at Quagsire's stats and say like, yeah, it's acceptable. I'm not going to be any nicer than that. I hope you're happy. Skiploom's sleep utility should be above Flaffy? No. Because Flaffy can also Thunderwave. And Flaffy actually does damage. Okay, people are happy? Okay, good. I think this is enough for Quagsire. Quagsire is definitely between the Grassmons? Okay, right. So you're agreeing with me. Yes, okay. Alright, it's 9:30. It's probably not too early. I think we can do it. Okay. Alright, Misdreavus. If you've seen one of the tier lists before, you know what's about to happen. Misdreavus! Okay, well, here we go. I think that's everything for Quagsire, right? We're set with this? Okay. Yeah. Misdreavus. So if you've seen one of my tier lists before, you know what's about to happen. Mismagius is pretty good. Very respectable special stats. Decent speed. Good ability in the form of levitate. You can find a lot of things to love about Mismagius, and... Oh, this thing doesn't evolve? Oh my god, this thing's horrible! God! We can't do it for every single Johto Pokemon on the list, because there's a lot, but yeah, this is the very first victim of Johto. No Gen 4 evolution means this thing is perpetually in the trash can with no hope of escape. I say that, but is it actually in the trash can? It floats. It might actually have escaped the trash. So, for this game at least, for a very specific reason, I'm actually going to put this at the top of bad. So, you might notice, this is the only ghost type in the game. And did you know that the developers of Pokemon Colosseum knew nothing about Pokemon? Given how good the game is, you would have never guessed. So there's something wrong with the AI. And the AI just has no idea how to deal with ghost types. So they will very regularly waste their moves trying to hit Misdreavus with moves that don't affect it. I think that really only applies to this game. But because of that, just the fact that it is a ghost gives it a lot of extra utility. Beyond how good Ghost normally is, it's extra good because the enemies are completely brain dead. Dead? Ghost? Oh, it's all connected. So Misdreavus's actual stats are just horrible. They're really bad. They never scale up. And it's very much hurt by the fact that Ghost, the least physical type of all time, is a physical type. So even though it has Shadow Ball in its opening moveset, it's using Shadow Ball off of its horrendous attack. Bad. It's bad. But given how bad enemy teams are, for the initial stretch of the game, it's kind of okay. But then enemies start to scale up, and Misdreavus never does. Pretty sad. I don't think you really need to mourn for Misdreavus. It's on the cusp of being acceptable. You could put it in acceptable, and I wouldn't say that you were making a mistake. But I personally think that given how limited experience is in this game, you really shouldn't be using Misdreavus. It's not really worth it, because anything you put into it is just kind of wasted. There's Pokemon that scale up far better. Obviously, if Mismagius was in this game, I would probably consider putting this in like S. Mismagius is pretty good. Mismagius is not in this game, though. Alright, let me see what I missed. The game is fine, don't over-dramatize it. This game is horrible, bro. I'm guessing you joined after we did the Colosseum review. If I was a Pokemon, I would like to be Gengar, because Gengar is cool. Gengar is really strong, too. Mismagius isn't even as big of a buff as people think. It's definitely a significant buff, and it also came alongside the special split. So, Misdreavus got two huge buffs in Gen 4. Can Confuse Ray help to catch, I guess? Nacho Hangover continuing to be wrong. I'm sorry I'm like so mean to you, but that is also like one of the last things you want to do to Pokemon, because Confusion doesn't affect the catch rate, and now you give them extra chance to hurt themselves, which is not what you want to do. Okay, I think we're done with Misdreavus, right? Anything else to say about Misdreavus? We mentioned the ghost typing. We mentioned how that like breaks the AI. We mentioned unfortunate physical ghost. Yeah. I came late. I'm surprised that Skiploom is as high as it is. Before I ranked Skiploom, that's like the first thing I said, that people are going to be shocked by this. Alright. Otachi. Fan favorite Pokemon Furret. Really cute. Was saved in HGSS by my coworker and the Otachi gang. Yeah, not in this game. I don't think we can say it's acceptable. I think it's actually better than Misdreavus because it gets, oh my god, there's no other game you're ever going to hear that one of the points in its favor is stab strength. But yeah, it gets strength as its normal stab, which at the point in the game you get it, it does okay. It makes enemy HP bars go down more than some other things you could be doing. But zero utility, zero scalability. It's always going to be a Furret with Furret stats. So it's better than horrific. Is it acceptable? I wouldn't go that far. It's like a Pokemon that falls off, but it didn't even start good. Oh yeah, good point. It gets Runaway in this game. Runaway as a Pokemon ability. Now normally, it's next to useless, because it at least lets you escape from, wild Pokemon, but you might notice there's no wild Pokemon in this game, so Furret literally has no ability. Runaway in this game is just a warning to the player. It's telling the player, you should run away from this game. Horrible. Ferret's the only Pokemon to get Follow Me. It's not good, but it's a fun fact. Helping Hand is nice, though. We will mention that, I guess. So Ferret does get both Follow Me and Helping Hand. Follow Me is worthless. It makes enemies attack Ferret instead of your other Pokemon. Why are the other Pokemon getting actions? Why aren't they dead? And Helping Hand is okay. You can use it to assist your other attacking Pokemon, but you would rather have Ferret be a Pokemon that actually could attack on its own. That's better. I'm a fan of this game. I even like Rui. I guess I'm a minority in here. Yeah, you are. This game's terrible. Stab Strength. This game makes every Pokemon Master flip on the top of their head. Hitmontops in this game. Aren't abilities random in Colosseum? It can have Keen Eye? Okay. Alright. I was mistaken. Abilities are randomized. It might not have Runaway. It might have Keen Eye. Awful. I missed the review, so looking forward to the premium. It'll be in the premium. I love Colosseum. We're not in the minority. Well, obviously a Colosseum tier list is going to have more people than normal that like Colosseum, but this game is awful. I outlined the reasons why I think it's bad, and it'll be in the premium, but I mean, I think it's objectively a pretty horrible game. It's completely barren. Ugh. Alright. I think that's it for Ferret, right? Hitmontop's picture is upside down. Yeah, sorry about that. It was the base picture. Colosseum is better than Stadium 1, GS, and 2. What is GS? Gold and Silver? I mean, Gold and Silver is just like a mainline game. I also do not think this game is better than 1 and 2. Stadium 1 and 2. I think it's pretty awful. Oh, Stadium GS? I like the Japanese game. I will say that if this was what Child Cheese wanted it to be, if this was like Pokemon Stadium 3 with this single player adventure tacked onto it, I would be a lot more forgiving towards it. Because that would have been, then this would have just been like bonus. The fact that it doesn't even have the base Stadium gameplay in it is, I think, what makes it feel like really kind of a ripoff. Even though I didn't pay for it when I was a kid, my mom bought it. I still felt ripped off. But I think we can continue with the rankings. Yanmega. Fantastic stats and a great ability. What? It's not in this game? Oh my god, this thing's horrible. Where do you think Yanma goes? Take a wild guess. This thing is the mascot of Johto's finest. Holy moly, Yanma. So this is the first Pokemon that we're going to talk about that I actually think you should not purify. Like, don't even consider it. Get ready for this. Did you know this was a horror game? Look at Yanma's moves after purification. Detect, Supersonic, Sonic Boom. So, double Sonic. And we know that Sonic's a great franchise, right? And then Uproar. You should be in an uproar if you're forced to use this thing. Completely hopeless. Shadow Rush is the best thing it ever gets, and once you purify it, it's gone. Yeah. Johto's finest, no question. Oh, and of course its stats are horrible, but you knew that already. No good stats, no good moves, no evolution to save it. But Speed Boost is really good. So hey, you're really fast, and you'll probably go first. And then what? Are we going to do the Yanmega joke? We did. I can't do it every time. Like, we're gonna have to do it like 4 more times. It's horrible. Show its stats? No, I don't want to do that to you guys. Anything else to say about Yanma? Yeah, we'll end with that. Horrible stats. Horrible typing. Horrible moves. It's the Yanma experience. Johto's finest. Yeah, I can't show the stats. This video is going to get age restricted. Look it up on your own. I'm not going to be responsible for showing you Yanma's stats. I want you to have the agency to do it yourself. I'm not going to do it to you. I think that's it for Yanma. Alright. Remoraid. Are you... Okay, I'm right. Remoraid. Are you ready? I think Remoraid is the worst Pokemon in the game. It is... I think it is actually the worst Pokemon in the game. And I think it's the worst because of a mistake. So something you might not realize, most Pokemon... Your starter Pokemon, by the way, are level 25. Almost all of these Shadow Pokemon, in fact, I think all of them, are level 30. For some reason, Remoraid is level 20. I think it was a mistake. I think it was supposed to be level 30, but did you know that the developers knew nothing about Pokemon? Something went awry, and this thing ended up 10 levels below everything else. You can't purify for quite a while more. It's horrible. Like, level 20 Remoraid is absolutely unusable. And by the way, if this thing was a level 30 Octillery instead, it would probably just be horrific. This thing is awful. It is just unusable. You send it out, it dies. If it gets to attack, the enemy doesn't die. There's no aid that could help this Remoraid. It is beyond redemption. I think it is actually the worst Pokemon in the game. And people have been saying, like, what about the level 13 Plusle? I think the Plusle's better. I'll explain why when we get to Plusle. Yeah. I mean, Remoraids? Can we say that? Is that insensitive? Worse than Delibird? Absolutely worse than Delibird. Yeah. Can you believe your ears? Yes. I said emphatically and with my full heart, the heart gauge is completely clear, that yes, this is worse than Delibird. Octazooka plus Aurora Beam plus Signal Beam plus Fire Blast equals Poonage Incarnate. If you're confused, that's a Fire Emblem meme. It's from a very famous argument saying the reasons why Ike was Poonage Incarnate. Ike, a very popular Fire Emblem lord, in his first game, not actually that good. He is super Chad in his second game, though. Both in his portrait, he gets like super buff. He's also way better. Is it worse than Ledian? Is it worse than Sunflora? Yeah. Think about how bad this roster has to be for me to say that this is the worst Pokemon in the game. It's worse than Delibird. It's worse than Sunflora. It is worse than Ariados. All Pokemon that come significantly later, by the way. Let that strike fear into your heart. Close the door to your heart right now so you don't have to deal with how awful Remoraid actually is. Completely beyond redemption. Awful. Worst Pokemon in the game. Yeah, somebody posted Remoraid's base stats. I won't show them to you. I'll just show you. I'll tell you the numbers. It'll be like I'm reading an evil spell to you. 35, 65, 35, 65, 35, 65. I just killed half the viewers. I'm sorry. I'll take responsibility for my crimes. I didn't have to do that to you, but I did. So you could know my pain. It does have a really good move pool, though. It learns a lot of important... It does have a really good move pool, though. It does have a really good move pool, though. It learns a lot of really powerful TMs, but you also have to grind for the TMs. And it doesn't have Surf, so its only stab move is going to be Octazooka. This is all theoretical, though, right? Because you died way before you even tried to level this thing up. Not Remoraid died. You died because you tried to use this thing. Awful. I think that's it for Remoraid, right? We're finally free. The Remoraid attached to Shadow Mantine is better. Yeah, that was going to be the lead into the next one. All right. As if Remoraid weren't bad enough, you can use Remoraid by using Mantine, who's way better. It's not good. C tier to the max, SEA C tier, which is not in this game, but it's better than Noctowl. It's a water flying type. Good typing. I think it's Bubble Beam. It's alright, because it is targeted, right? So it doesn't suffer from the spread penalty, even though its base power is bad, so it's kind of as if it was Spread Surf. It's okay. Mantine's base stats are actually kind of okay. They're actually the exact same as Skarmory, but the physical and special stats are inverted. And Skarmory's got good stats. Mantine's alright. Look how happy he is in this shuffle sprite. He's smiling. $40 BP Shadow Rush? No, it's 90. I think it's reduced in XD, but in XD it's super effective, so it's essentially the same. Can Shadow Pokemon learn TMs? No, you have to purify them first. Mantine in modern games actually has better stats than Skarmory. It's true, they buffed it. You're right. Oh, Shadow Rush, base 40 attack, yeah. We can mention that. One unfortunate thing about Mantine is that its base attack is real crap. It's 40. So when you have to Shadow Rush with it, because that's all you have unlocked initially, that's going to do like almost nothing. And eventually, once you do get your Flying Stab with Wing Attack, I mean, good luck with 40 base attack. You're basically a mono water type that doesn't get Earthquaked. Yeah. Anything else for Mantine? What the hell is this roster? Good question. What were they thinking? What did you say? Mono water that doesn't get Earthquake? I'm saying that it can't use its Flying Stab, but because it technically is a flying type, it doesn't get hit by Earthquake. That's it for Mantine, right? Yeah. Alright. Colosseum's roster is better than Gold and Silver purely because the Johto Pokemon are actually in the game. Of course, it's worse for the same reason. It's pretty funny. Well, the defining feature of Johto Pokemon particularly in Gen 2, is that you don't use them, right? You just use a bunch of Kanto Pokemon because the Johto Pokemon are all unspeakably bad. Alright, next. Quillfish. It's a water type. Could be worse. Who weeps for Quillfish? I know everybody's... They say that every Pokemon is somebody's favorite. People who say they like Quillfish are lying. Who cares? There's like 36 water types I would rather use before Quillfish. But they're not options in this game. So you get this guy. Overquill's cool. Not in this game. Oh, so I guess actually, he's actually eligible. As of Gen 8. Yeah. So, congratulations, Quillfish. Thanks to Legends Arceus, we actually get to say, hey, Overquill's pretty good. Whoa, this thing doesn't evolve. Oh my god, this thing's horrible. Ah! It has okay attack, so you can Shadow Rush things. But it's a Quillfish. It's never going to get better than how it starts. And it doesn't start that great at all. I think it has Surf, though. I mean, like, look at this. A moveset of champions. Who wouldn't betray their favorite Pokemon and become a Quillfish lobbyist when you could use Pin Missile, Minimize, Poison Sting with Stab, and Surf? Oh. Get a puff of this. Quillfish. Horrible. I've convinced you Quillfish #1? I was so persuasive. Halved Surf off of 55 base special attack. Convincing argument. Leave your Quillfish support comments below. Look at Hitmontop's trainer? Okay. Hitmontop's trainer, Ryder Tuan? Am I missing something? Hey, it's me, Quillfish Fan 79. Did you guys see the Scarlet Violet trailer yesterday with Scrub? That's Hitmontop's trainer. But did you guys see the reveal yesterday with the streamer trainer's new Pokemon? And they had the username Crowagunk for life. Obviously in Japanese it didn't say Crowagunk for life, but this is a good translation. Oh, you said Hitmontop's trainer? Was I just thinking Medicham? Oh, you're right. I made a mistake. You were right. But I mean, I was going to mention that when we got the Scrub himself. Because we're going to talk about Medicham right now. Alright. Medicham. I mean, Hitmontop sucks, so I don't... Yeah, okay. Alright. Medicham. The yoga training paid off. This thing's pretty good. Yeah, I think right next to Flaffy is a good place for it. So it's a psychic fighting type. The psychic type is completely useless because there's no physical psychic moves yet, but you get pure power high jump kick. Hits hard. I think I would rather risk the high jump kick miss than the cross chop miss, because you have 10% more chance to hit with your kick. Okay. Its purified moves aren't that bad. It gets Detect, I believe. Yup, which is functionally the same as Protect. You can actually buy Protect TM, so this isn't that much of an upside, but hey, you save 3,000 money and you can buy more lemonade, I guess. Calm Mind does nothing, Confusion does nothing. It's a high jump kick bot, but hey, high jump kick with stab pure power it does a lot. And I care about doing a lot. It's faster, it's stronger, it's cooler. Are all of those true? I don't know if it's cooler. I think Hariyama's pretty cool. Oh, you can teach it Shadow Ball. That's true. Shadow Ball is physical in this game, so you actually would do that. Let me see if I can catch up on stuff. Top of acceptable? I think this is fine. Oh, high jump kick hasn't been buffed yet. If this was modern 130 base power high jump kick, S for sure. But no, this is 90 base power. So it hits hard, but it doesn't hit so hard that you can like cheese stuff by just annihilating it with how hard you hit. Oh, it's 85. Oh, worse than Umbreon? No. Very good at hitting and killing things, which is what we care about. I think it's better than Hariyama, and Hariyama is at the top. It is ordered, yes. You do get Makuhita earlier. Although not that much earlier. We'll talk about the next few Pokemon, and I don't think it's necessarily better than Hariyama. I don't either, but I don't know. I wonder what people think. Do people think it's better? And it evolves earlier? Does it evolve earlier? I think they're comparable. Yeah, they are both pre-purification. What other moves does Hariyama get? Because with Meditite, you can give it Shadow Ball. Physical Shadow Ball is pretty good. Makuhita evolves as soon as you purify, but how late is Medicham evolution? It's not that much later, right? Doesn't Medicham also evolve right away? Let's check that. I'm pretty sure Meditite also evolved. Oh, 37? Ah, okay. Yeah, given that, I think Hariyama is better. Can you evolve Shadow Pokemon? No. They can't level up at all. Just got here. Why is Johto's finest bottom tier? Why do you think? Sorry, that's like really snarky, but in case that's like an honest question, it's because these Pokemon are really, really bad. A lot of the worst Pokemon in the game are from Johto. Can buff Espeon by Calm Minding, and Espeon psych ups the boosts. It's not good, but it's funny. I agree that it's not good. It also is kind of funny. I'll compromise if you put it above Flaffy. I think Flaffy's better, because Flaffy has Thunder Wave. The art of the deal? Where's the Ghost Rider? Ghost good type. Okay. Anything else to say about Meditite? I think this is where it's gonna stay. It's very good. It's arguably better than Makuhita and Hariyama, but I'm going to argue that it's not better. But it is very solid. Hits really hard. Acceptable speed. Barely. It's still pretty slow, but it is faster than Hariyama. Anything else? I think we're done with Metatite and Metacham. Art of the Steel, that's pretty funny. Okay. Dunsparce and Esrai on sub? On sub right now. Alright. Dunsparce, actually the main character of the game. So something I never explained and you might have been really confused by is this Dunsparce Ouroboros in the corner. So it's the main character of the entire challenge run we did. Hypothetical Dunsparce evolution in our dreams. So Dunsparce, I will say, I was pleasantly surprised by Dunsparce when we were forced to use it. I expected nothing, and I got slightly more than nothing. Johto's finest for sure. I mean, let's be real. It's horrible. It's a Dunsparce. But it's like reasonably bulky. It like doesn't die in one hit, which is important because it's super slow, so it's never going first. And you can hit things with takedown, which gets stab. Are you excited to use stab takedown? No. There's a reason why I made Dunsparce one of the mocking emotes. It's terrible, but it gets glare. That's something. You can paralyze things. Why aren't you using Flaffy with Thunderwave? I don't know. But hey, you could glare one of the 2 ground types you have to catch, which is something that Flaffy can't do. But yeah, Johto's finest. I cannot imagine what you could say to convince me not to put this in Johto's finest. Is it that far below Slugma? Yeah, Slugma has decent special attack and starts with Flamethrower. I loved when I saw Dunsparce in Xenoblade 3. Yeah, it was my favorite character in that game. I'll give you £1 to put it in Horrific? No. It's got Serene Grace. It might have Serene Grace, but in our playthrough it actually had Runaway. Where is Dunsparce evolution? Girafarig evolves, Stantler, Quillfish. Hey, maybe it's yet to be revealed. Doesn't Dunsparce have 30 base speed anyway? Yeah, but after you paralyze them, then you'll get them. Because in this game, paralysis is still 75% speed reduction. So you might actually outspeed them after you paralyze them. Run away for the authentic Tsuchinoko content. I mean, when it comes to Dunsparce, I mean, Tsuchinoko real. Real bad, unfortunately. Johto's finest. Alright. Swablu. Slugma's looking kind of lonely, right? I think Swablu, it's not Johto's finest, because one, it's a Hoenmon, but I think it is actually better than the Pokemon in Johto's finest. It's horrific, though. Swablu is pathetic. It does... How much did... Noctowl did 10 damage. Skiploom did, what, 3? I think Swablu does 5. Swablu itself is garbage, but Altaria is kind of okay. I mean, it's a dragon type, so it resists a bunch of stuff. Why do you care about resisting things? Why isn't the enemy dead in one hit? Maybe because you're using Altaria. Very, very lackluster offenses. It gets Sing. Worst sleep move in the game. But at least it's a sleep move. Ugh. I think it's horrific. But Fluffy Cloud? Cuteness matters not, okay? It can Dragon Dance and EQ, so that's good at least. Why in the world are you using the EQTM on Altaria? Give it the Flygon, bro. For now, it seems Horrific is just Hoenn's finest. Yeah, especially because Slugma's a Hoenn, right? 255 catch rate? It's a free catch? I mean, I could pick up garbage off the street with a 100% catch rate. It's not good just because it's easy to get. Swablu evolves in like 2 levels, I think, and is more available, so it has that over Flygon, I guess. That's true, but I do think Flygon is way better. Dragon is a good type? Sure, not good enough. Swablu comes with Fly? Have you seen how much damage it does with Fly? I've seen it. I wish I could unsee it. It's still reasonable early game? That is a deeply unreasonable statement. I think we're done with Swablu. It's horrific. Alright. It's probably better than stuff like Quillfish or Noctowl. Maybe after it evolves. Alright, Sudowoodo. Surprisingly good physical stats? I don't know if it's surprising. Sudowoodo. Very solid physical stats and okay moves. It gets Stab, Rock Slide. Unfortunately, there is the spread move penalty, and you're never getting the flinch chance because you have like 10 speed. It's not actually 10 speed, but it's really bad. You get Low Kick, which is okay. Bottom of bad? I wouldn't say it's horrific. You can deal damage to it, but after you get hit, and potentially die because you're a rock type and you take double damage from everything. Nah. I will say that Sudowoodo is one of the only Pokemon that I think has a better Gen 6 animation. Because it doesn't move at all. Because it's a tree. Which I think is, like, fitting. So it's just coincidence that the horrible modern animations actually work in Sudowoodo's favor. Because it's not supposed to move. How is Noctowl better? It has Hypnosis. And you get it a little earlier. That's about it. Don't forget to bring up how funny its Japanese name is. I think I've mentioned it before, though. Oh, Gen 6 animations move? It's just bland bobbing? Okay, so it's bad. How is Quillfish better? It's a water type. I guess we'll cut the stuff about its animation then. Cutting the tree. Did I say Rock Slide had crit instead of flinch? It's not that big a deal. I guess I can just add subtitles. What is he drinking? I've got this very bad bottled coffee. Very sad. I said flinch? Okay. Alright, so no problem. I think that's it for Sudowoodo, right? He's kind of an outlier on... So you snag Sudowoodo from... So you snag Sudowoodo from Mirror B's team? I guess he's disguised as a grass type with his Ludicolo's? And in his animation, he's vibing. So I guess that's why he fits on Mirror B's team. I'm a Sudowoodo fan. I could drink creepy nuts in the zone? I don't know if I can handle that much energy. Alright, I think that's it for Sudowoodo. Alright. Plusle. A lot of unique things about Plusle. So aside from your starter evolutions, it's actually the only Pokemon that you obtain, I guess that's also not Ho-Oh, that's not a Shadow Pokemon. So it is purified right from the get-go, because it was never actually made into a Shadow Pokemon. It's level 13. Knowing that, you might expect me to put it in Johto's finest. I would do that. But I read a Reddit post yesterday that just inspired me. It's just horrific. So it actually is a traded Pokemon. So that means that it gains XP at 1.5 times the rate. Given that it starts at level 13, that's almost barely a positive Plusle moment. But it does have Helping Hand. So that allows it to kind of contribute even as it's trying to catch up in experience. And really, I don't know how many times I have to say this, but this game is so bad that Plusle's stats, offensive stats, speed and special attack, being just sub 100 is like okay for this game. I think all of those factors combined allow it to escape Johto's finest. I still think it's absolutely atrocious, but I wouldn't say that it's beyond salvation. You can, in fact, look on the plus side and make something out of this thing. Wow. Truly a Colosseum moment. Why is there no mining? I don't know. It is really weird that in a game all about double battles, they have Pokemon that were introduced to teach the player about double battles, right? Plus and minus synergy. And they only added Plusle. It's very weird. Somebody in the chat said, apparently there's unused text indicating there was supposed to be a Shadow Minun. Oh. Did you know that the developers of this game knew nothing about Pokemon? Fun trivia. Yeah, this thing's really bad. Anything else in defense of Plusle? I think this is where it's going to be. If this was actually like level 30, like on par with everything else, I'd probably actually put it at the top of bad. Because you don't have to go through the work of purifying it, and you can use electric attacks off of barely acceptable speed and special attack. And you can Helping Hand. The following Pokemon were supposed to be obtainable as Shadow Pokemon, but got cut. Comprehensive list. Plusle can T-Wave, I guess? Yeah, I guess. Faster T-Wave than... Yeah. Faster Thunder Wave than Flaffy. Eventually. Oh, there actually was a list. Okay, I'm guessing it was the character limit. I thought it was just a joke that there was nothing. And Plusle is better than Minun would be, so... And Plusle is better than Minun would be, for whatever that's worth. Went to go shower and you aren't even halfway done? I'm not sure if that's like a meme about how slow these lists are, but I think we're moving at a good pace. Okay. Hitmontop. Where's Entei? It's right here, right? I didn't forget. I don't think I forgot anything. Okay. Hitmontop. You'd think that a Pokemon that comes with Intimidate in a game with only double battles would be pretty good. You'd be wrong. So one thing kills Hitmontop, and that is the move pool. I think it's actually horrific. I think it is actually horrific. Now, your reflex, now your reflexive. Oh, wow, okay. Now your response to that might be like, "There's no way it's horrific, right?" Are you ready? Agility, focus energy, triple kick, rapid spin. How bad is triple kick? So 90 accuracy hits 3 times. First hit is 10 base power, but it ramps up. Then it's 20. Then it's 30. And each hit can miss. So if you hit all 3, you get 60 base power total. Horrific. The best thing you can do is if you clear the Pyrite Colosseum 4 times, you can give it Brick Break. So then you get a Pokemon with very mediocre attacking stats that can use 1 move. Nice. I mean, the trainer name warns you. Cypher Peon Scrub. Yeah. Anything else to say about Hitmontop? I think that's it. Killed by triple kick. If it started with Brick Break, I would probably put it middle of bad. It's one of the only rapid spinners in the game, though. Hard counter spikes. Anything else to say about Hitmontop? I think that's it, right? It defeated that guy's overleveled Pikachu. Yeah. I mean, the biggest thing that Hitmontop does in game is in a cutscene, you see it defeat a Pikachu. What a claim to fame. All right. Entei, the Flame Emperor. Entei in a high placement? If that is what you wish. It is the first of the legendary dogs you acquire, quite a while before Raikou in particular, only a little bit before Suicune. But that's pretty good. I think I'm going to put it above Flaffy. I think Quilava is actually better. But Entei is no slouch on its own. It's very solid. I mean, it's got legendary stats on the lower side of legendaries, but it's okay. No physical fire moves yet, that's unfortunate, but it does start with Fire Blast. Does big damage even with its mediocre special attack. Okay stats all around. Nothing to get excited about. Not exactly lighting the world on fire. But for this game in particular, it's fine. It's more than fine. It's acceptable. Is acceptable more than fine? Does the Japanese Pokemon community also have the incorrect fan term legendary dogs? I think they just call them beasts. What physical moves does the Flame Emperor get? Shadow Rush. He doesn't want to set the world on fire. He just wants to start a flame in your heart. Will I get copyright claimed just for saying that? I don't think so. Not even stomp? It does have stomp. Yeah. I guess we can say something about that. Really wishes it got... It really wishes it had better physical moves. I mean, it's got... Okay, it has stomp in its level up moveset. I know it does because we used it. It really wishes it had better physical moves. It learns stomp in its level up moveset, but it's not exactly stomp in the game. It just does respectable damage. But it gets return. There's no return TM. If only he could reclass the Wyvern Lord. Yeah, in true Entei fashion, even Edelgard's base class is horrible, right? Why would you ever go to Empress? Why can't Empress use dark magic, by the way? It should. Because the original Emperor, Arvis, he used dark magic. Actually, no, he used fire magic. Oh, there is a return TM in Fennec City? Oh, okay. Maybe we should have gotten that at some point. Oh, okay. You can apparently give it return from Fennec City, so that'll probably be its best move. Aside from Fire Blast. Fire Blast is obviously better. Okay, I think that's it for Entei, right? Yeah, okay. We'll use that as the transition, so. And we'll go from the Flame Emperor to the Emperor of Johto's finest. Where do you think Ledian goes? Wait, what? Hang on, my mouse is like not... Okay, for some reason I can't move anything. That's the power of Ledian. What? Hang on. What is going on here? Technical difficulties? There is a technical difficulties emote, right? Oh, okay. Bro. Not actually planned. I tried to start moving Ledian and, like, technical difficulties. That's the true power of Ledian. Okay, let's fix this. Suicune somehow ended up getting moved? Okay. And these guys were in Johto's finest. In this order. Okay. Alright, we fixed it. I forgot to move forward to acceptable. Nice try, pal. Alright. Yeah. Okay, we've broken free out of the dark magic Ledian was using to prevent us from ranking it. Where do you think Ledian goes? Ledian is, I think, one of the first Pokemon that comes to mind when you think of hilariously bad. It's still better than Remoraid in this game. But yeah, this thing is about as close to useless as you can get. It can set screens, I guess. I'm like really straining to find things it can do, but like look at its moves. It's all gray. These are all normal moves. Baton Pass. What are you baton passing? Safeguard. Who cares? Supersonic. 55 accuracy Confuse Ray, and Confuse Ray is bad to begin with. Comet Punch. What do I even have to say about Comet Punch? You could hit all 5 times and still do less than 5 damage, even though each hit is supposed to do 1. It is, like, beyond comprehension how horrible this thing is. Cypher Peon Cloac. More like Cloaca. That's a smart joke. I'm really proud of that. I'm gonna snag a joke that one of the chatters said. Ledian, apparently it's the 5-star Pokemon? On like a scale of 100, yeah, probably. It's Ledian. It's terrible. Anything in Ledian's defense? I think that's it. Really, really bad. Yeah, I guess that's what we'll end with. Yeah, Ledian can baton pass to switch to a better Pokemon. That's about it. It had a Chad nickname. What was the nickname we gave it? I forget. Stantler got moved. We'll fix. Oh, Letty Kick-Ass. That was a good nickname. Yeah, Stantler got moved somehow. Should be here, right? Okay. Fix that. All right. Suicune. The Prince of Water. I think we'll just put it next to Croconaw. It should be pretty easy. I think it's better than Croconaw once you get it, but you have Croconaw for about 2/3 of the game before you actually get Suicune. Yeah. If you didn't pick Croconaw, then you should definitely use Suicune. If you did pick Croconaw, you should maybe still consider using Suicune, but you could also just keep using Croconaw. They're like interchangeable, but Suicune is like marginally better, but also won't have EVs, and you have to go through the whole process of purifying it, which is kind of annoying. Eh. It gets water moves, and that's about it. I guess you can give it ice moves too. I think it has Aurora Beam, which is like okay. Eh. One thing to note is that it does pair quite well with Raikou. I think pretty much the only time you would actually consider setting up, as in like using a weather move, is if you have both Raikou and Suicune, you can Rain Dance with Raikou. And now Surf hits harder, and you can also use Guaranteed Accuracy Thunder, which actually might be worth using. Because they're also both decently durable, so they can do that without dying, and then you can sweep the rest of your opponent's team. That's probably not worth doing in everything, in like normal encounters. You'd probably only do that in a boss encounter. But it is one of the only setup things in the game that's actually worth considering. You get a Time Flute right after catching Suicune? Yeah, you could Time Flute it. Who else you're gonna Time Flute? Metagross, I guess. I imagine you would just use the Time Flutes to like make your post game easier. But you could Time Flute the legendary dogs. Wouldn't you rather Time Flute the Ledian, he just got. Gliscor is really good. What's the Time Flute? Time Flute lets you instantly purify a Pokemon. Oh my god, yeah. Five out of the next 6 months have the same evolution joke. It's all of them, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All 6 do. The repetition of the... Yeah, I mean, it's literally 6 in a row, right? We have to do it. Yeah, because now Stantler does evolve. And it didn't when I did the Gen 2 tier list. Yeah, we have to do it. Am I missing anything? No, I'm not. Okay. Who are we talking about? Suicune. Anything else to say about Suicune? Sneasel can do it twice in a row? What am I missing? What does Sneasel get to do twice in a row? Oh, because, yeah, Sneasler also exists. You're right. But, like, base Sneasel is different, right? So I don't know if it can... But we'll mention it. Alright. It's Gligar time. Can we please move Swablu to the bottom of bad? No. Alright. Gligar. Gliscor is really good. One of the best balanced physical walls in the game, because it's very hardy and hard to kill on the physical side, but it can also hit back, so you can't just ignore it. Oh, this thing doesn't evolve? Oh my god, this thing's horrible! Ugh! Ground Flying, actually really good typing. Gives you Earthquake, right? No, you need the TM. Johto's finest for sure. Oh, it's got a solid typing. It's got a horrible stats. And look at this move pool. Feint Attack, Sand Attack, which is not really an attack, right? Doesn't do any damage. Poison Sting, 15 base power, no stab. And Slash, it's a normal move. Wow. I don't think there's anything else to say about Gligar, right? It's terrible. Really wishes it could evolve. Too bad. That's it, right? Does it learn anything by level up? Good question. I know the answer, but I'll look it up anyway. Oh, it learns pain. Yeah, that's what it'll teach you for sure. You ready? Gen 3 Gligar. Look at this. Oh. If you invest in Gligar, you can look forward to adding such moves to your repertoire as Screech, locked to level 44, can't give it to you too early, and Guillotine. I know it's Guillotine, but I said it just to increase the amount of pain you feel. So learn. I mean, you can give it the Earthquake TM. Don't do that. Don't do that. Oh, it's Guillotine. Sorry. Yeah. I said it wrong twice. Yeah, horrible. All right. Anything else for Gligar? No, right? It's Johto's finest. I also pronounced it guillotine as a kid, but it's definitely like the actual pronunciation is guillotine, right? Because it's like French. Oh yeah, I guess if you wanted to be a Gligar gamer, it does have two immunities. So maybe because the AI is such a disaster, it might waste their turns against Gligar. But you're guaranteed to be wasting your turns because you're using Gligar. So I think you still lose in that scenario. All right. Stantler. The evolution to Weirdeer, it's not exactly an amazing Pokemon, but it gave it a lot of things that it really wanted. So it gained a dual typing. Dual typing is almost always good. And it also gained some very useful signature moves. What's it called? Like Psy Shield Bash? What is it called? It is called Psy Shield Bash. Okay. Alright. Stantler! So the Weirdeer evolution gives Stantler a lot of stuff that it was really lacking. I still wouldn't call Weirdeer great. It's very slow for some reason. But it gains the dual typing. A dual typing is almost always good because you get an additional stab. Its signature move, Psy Shield Bash, has some nice utility. I mean, usually it's not worth it to boost, but to boost and do damage at the same time, that's worth consideration. Oh, this thing doesn't evolve? Oh my god, this thing's horrible! Put it above Swablu. It's got Intimidate. It has stats that are on the cusp of acceptable. And it's got Hypnosis, which is better than Sing by 5%. So you can maybe use this to try and sleep some things. It's better than Hitmontop. Gets Takedown. Gets Stomp. Put it above Hitmontop. No, I won't. No. Because I would rather go through the work to give Hitmontop Brick Break than try to use Stantler. I guess you could give it Stab Return. I'd rather give Return to Entei. You only get one TM. Yeah, I'll agree, it's better than Furret, but you get it much later. Its stats aren't that bad. They're pretty bad. And this is getting into the point of the game where it's really getting... And this is getting to the point of the game where it's getting tough to purify. Because you catch this guy in the under, there's a gauntlet of catches in the under. And then it's the Shadow Lab, and then the game's over because you're in Realgam Tower. So it's actually pretty difficult to purify without grinding. Altaria is better than Stantler? Altaria sucks. Stantler also sucks, but sucks less. Anything else to say about Stantler? Stanley. It clicks Shadow Rush decently. You know what? I think it's worse than Swablu. I don't like normal types. It's hunting season. If you see a Stantler in your area, do me a favor. Get rid of it for me. Normal types are versatile? No, they're not. They're just bad. What is the versatility? I like normal types. You can like them. They're still bad. I think we're done with Stanler. Alright. Piloswine. So Mamoswine is incredible. 130 base attack is massive damage. Stab ground. Stab ice. And it's not even that slow, right? 80 base speed is, especially for in-game, just about right where you need it to be. You'll go first if you have a level advantage. With all the... Oh, this thing doesn't evolve? Oh my god, this thing's horrible. It's better than Stanler. You get stab ground. That's something. Your stab ice is useless because ice is all special. I really wish you could evolve. I really wish you could evolve. Mamoswine is so good. There's no Mamoswine in this game. You got this thing. The fur covers its eyes so it doesn't have to look in the mirror and see the reflection of Piloswine. What's Pylo's stats? They're alright. Probably the best Earthquake user with 100 base attack. Vibrava's right there, bro. No. Flygon's definitely better. It's way faster and it has a better secondary type. Stab Blizzard off of 120 BP move. Horrible special attack. No. It also doesn't get Earthquake by level up. If it did, maybe it'd be better than Swablu. It's comparable to Quagsire Surf, it's fine. But Quagsire Surf is not fine. Quagsire Surf is horrible! Look at these moves. Endure. You're gonna need endurance if you want to try using this thing. Odor Sleuth. Sniff 'em. Oh, it stinks. Dig? No thanks. Blizzard? With 60 base special attack? And the spread penalty? And the bad accuracy? No thanks. Horrible. I think we're done with Piloswine, right? No thanks. What if you just so happen to fight a Misdreavus? There are some Misdreavus in the game. But like, dude, Odor Sleuth doesn't even affect your moves. Something I don't actually know is... if you Odor Sleuth the opponent, and it's a double battle, can your partner then hit them? Needs a Japanese, this thing's horrible for Sneasel. We'll do it for the last one. Sneasel, I think, just gets a double horrible. Alright, we're gonna do some Odor Sleuthing of our own. Because I am curious about one of Odor Sleuth's mechanics. If you sniff out the enemy, does that mean your partner can then hit them with normal and fighting moves? Let's learning. I doubt anybody watching actually knows the answer. I'm not like calling you dumb, I'm just like... I don't know why you would know this. Odor Sleuth causes all accuracy checks against the target to ignore any changes to the target's evasion stat changes. Note that doesn't mean you hit them, right? This doesn't give you fully accurate Blizzard. It just means they can't make Blizzard less accurate by boosting their own evasion. If Odor target is a ghost-type Pokemon, it also removes the target's immunity to fighting and normal-type moves. Odor effect ends when the target switches out. So I think that means that because it removes the opponent's immunity, you can wombo combo Odor Sleuth to then hit it with normal or fighting moves from your partner. What a support Pokemon. Bad. It's bad. I think that's it for Piloswine, right? Okay, next. All right. Sneasel. Sneasler's got some actually pretty incredible stats. Really fast. Really strong. You can click pretty much any move and end up removing most of your opponent's... Oh no, okay. I know how we'll do this. Sneasel. So Sneasler, despite looking like a Sonic OC, has got some incredible stats. It is really fast and really strong. Pretty much any physical move you're going to use is going to take out your opponent's health bar. Most of it. All of it. We'll do it one more time. Sneasel. So Sneasler, despite looking like a Sonic OC, it's got some crazy stats. Super fast, super strong, exactly what you want. No matter how much you want it, it's not in the game. And I knew that, right? Because that's a Gen 8 evolution. So you're going to be stuck with Weavile. I say stuck, but I mean, Weavile is pretty amazing. Incredible speed, incredible attack, and Ice Dark is actually a very vicious stab combination. So as soon as you get to Weavile... Oh, this thing doesn't evolve? Oh my god, this thing's horrible! It's Gen 4! I think it's better than Gligar. This is one Pokemon I think you actually should never purify. Because the best move it will ever use is Shadow Rush. Think about how sad that is. So, Ice and Dark are both special, and Sneasel's special is pathetic. It actually has okay speed and okay attack. You want to see what moves against? Look at this. Feint attack, 60 base power, nice, special. Screech. Ugh. I'll use it right now. I'll cut that. Fury Swipes. It's one of the worst moves in the franchise. Icy Wind. Could theoretically be useful in a competitive double battle from a Pokemon that's not Sneasel. So, useful in a scenario that is not the one we're in. Useless. Shadow Rush if you want to, because that's the best you're ever going to get. Justice for Sneasel. Only one more generation. I guess you could give it Brick Break. I don't know why, though. You should... I guess you could give it Brick Break. I don't know what you're doing. Give it the Hitmontop. Why are you giving it the Hitmontop? Why are you even using Hitmontop? Yeah. If it's any consolation, and I think it is, modern Weavile is incredible. It is, I guess, the definition of a glass cannon. It either kills you or you kill it, and it's probably gonna kill you. Weavile is really good. How do you make ice good? Make it really fast and strong. Nice. Alright, I think that's it for Sneasel, right? Good in Little Cup? I mean, Onyx is good in Little Cup. We're not counting that. Okay. How long have we been going? Okay, we're not going to reach 6 hours, right? I don't think so, because a lot of these are just going to be Tyranitardy. Oh, Apom, okay. Alright. Apom. Alright. Apom. As far as normal types go, Ambipom is one of the better ones. It's really fast, so it almost always goes first. And you get Stab Technician Fake Out. So that's a significant amount of free damage that most opponents simply can't prevent. I think with that considered, you can end up taking out your opponent before... Okay, well, let's try that again. Now you know it's going to last 7 hours. Alright. Apom. As far as normal types go, Ambipom is not that bad. It does have Stab Technician Fake Out, which is a surprising amount of free damage because most opponents simply take that and lose their turn. I think considering that like damage boost it gets, Ambipom is going to be one option that you might actually consider. Oh, this thing doesn't evolve? Oh my god, this thing's horrible! Why? It's better than Yamma. I think it's worse than Dunsparce. Real quotes that you'll never hear elsewhere. I think it's worse than Dunsparce. Hopeless. Ambipom goes in horrific? No. That comment goes in horrific. No way. Ugh. Monkey business. More like monkey out of business. Get this thing off my screen. Let's look at its moves. As far as I can remember, a bunch of normal garbage and like tickle. Apom. Baton Pass. Where have we seen Baton Pass before? Oh, on Ledian, so you know we're in trouble. Tickle. Why are you lowering your opponent's stats? You should be trying to kill them. Fury Swipes. At least it's better at Fury Swiping than Sneasel. Swift. No. Spread move. Pathetic. How rude can we be to Apom? Nothing I can say on stream. Awful. I guess we'll say that. You can tickle the... you can tickle the enemy, but they're already laughing. You're using Apom. Horrific. But not actually in the horrific tier. One of Johto's finest. I think that's it for Apom, right? Nothing else? Pickup? Does it have pickup in this game? Does it work? Why did the APOM cross the road? I don't know. I guess we can say that. The only merit for APOM is that it does get pickup, which operates off the Ruby and Sapphire item table, and you don't have to fight to actually get pickup. So you can throw it in the back and it can like pick up garbage that might be useful. Maybe. I doubt it. APOM gets a lot of good physical moves, even Shadow Ball. It's beyond saving. No. Alright. Here we go. Here's a comprehensive list of moves APOM can learn. Okay. Milady Bird. Cool animations. Alright. Murkrow. Witch Hat Bird. I'm wondering where to put this. Probably above Gligar. Murkrow. So Honchkrow has got some beast offenses. A really good mixed attacker. Insane physical attack. And very respectable special attack. With actually a surprisingly good special move pool. Gets stuff like Heat Wave, which you wouldn't really expect. Something you would feel comfortable. Do the whole thing in Jap? We'll probably just do the... We'll do the ending part in Japanese. Heat Wave is just kind of a bird move, though. Yeah, a lot of, like Zapdos and stuff. A lot of bird Pokemon get Heat Wave. I don't really know why. Just the horrible Japanese? Yeah, okay. Murkrow. Honchkrow is... Okay, so... Birds can move waves of hot air that happen to be hot? I'm guessing. Alright. Murkrow. So Honchkrow is a very, very potent mixed attacker. It's got crazy attack. So if you're a brave bird, the opponent's dead. And it's got like a surprisingly deep special move pool. It includes stuff like Heat Wave, which I guess a lot of birds get. But given Honchkrow's very respectable special attack, it can actually do a lot of damage. I think that Honchkrow is... Are? Mada shinka dekinaiって. Nante kuzu da! This thing's horrible! What? It's better than Gligar. Why is this thing above Dunsparce? No, it's horrible. It's garbage. Made of paper. And doesn't do enough damage to justify it. Awful. Look at this. Feint attack. Mean look. Wow. As if the enemy... Look at these moves. Feint attack. Mean look. As if the enemy was considering running away. No. Nightshade. Set damage, so it's probably the best you're ever gonna do. And fly. Takes 2 turns. No thanks. Johto's finest for sure. And not even the head honcho of Johto's finest. Sad. Anything else to say about Murkrow? Not even the head honcho? I said that, right? I think I said honcho, but I mean... Also, did you know that honcho is a Japanese word? That's why we did it in Japanese. Yeah, honcho comes from honcho. It means like section boss. I thought that was cool. $5 donation from Blue Crimson. Well, of course not. It can't be the honcho if it's the Hodge Crow. I learned that word from Beyblade. Okay. Let it rip. Alright. Forretress. Defensive Pokemon. Probably the best defensive Pokemon in the game, aside from Umbreon, I guess. Forretress has very good stats. It's pretty much invincible on the physical side, and its attack is surprisingly good at 90? So it does a lot more damage than you'd think. It's probably going to be the best Pokemon that we're going to see in Johto's finest. Why are you using a defensive Pokemon? No. But if you're going to use a defensive Pokemon, you may as well use Forretress. Also, it completely wrecked us in the challenge run, but I mean, we're using really dumb rules anyway, so... I'm not like counting that as a point in Forretress's favor. You can potentially protect Explosion, and this is pre-nerf Explosion, so it's gonna do big damage. But you know what's better than doing big damage with a move that kills you? Doing big damage with a move that doesn't kill you. How about that? I think that's it for Forretress, right? Would Explosion be minus 50% power? No, so, we covered it way back, but in Gen 3, spread moves have no penalty if they hit everyone. So it's actually like, it really is a full power explosion. So no spread penalty, and it still ignores defense. Does big damage. I'd say it's up a tier? No. It's just the head of the... Remember, this is also still really late into the game. If you got this thing at the beginning of the game, I'd probably put it like top of bad, actually. But no. Anything else for Forretress? Should be up a tier for destroying us in that clip. I mean, I said I'm not giving it credit for that, right? An earthquake is useless in Colosseum. What? Ban this guy. What? It's amazing. It's stronger than ever in Colosseum because there's no penalty. I just realized Furret is the best normal type in this game. Yeah, what an honor. Team Fortress 2. Yeah. So, I guess we'll pause briefly to shill for the Clips channel. So there's actually 3 channels. You're on the second one, imported cheese fresh, but there's also imported cheese slices, which is just really short clips. And it's also a very low pressure channel, so I can just put stupid videos on it and not like have to worry about it. So I did make a clip for Fortress, Team Fortress 2. So I think, Beth, if you have the power of links, go ahead and send it. Protect is good in general, I agree. I don't know, seeing Fortress next to losers like Ledian and Yanma feels weird. I mean, it's not next to them. It's next to losers like Sneasel and Gligar. Speaking of losers next to Yanma and Ledian, Ariados. It's an Ariados. Horrible typing, horrible stats, horrible moves. What do you expect? Let's look at the moves. Look at this. Spiderweb. You can combo it with Mean Look from Murkrow, and now they're really trapped. Scary Face. Oh, I'm scared. Leech Life, 15 base power, no thanks. Sludge Bomb. It is a stab move with reasonable base power. Too bad, it's literally the worst offensive type in the game. No. I shudder to even call this Johto's finest. Garbage. You forgot the part talking about Ariados' evolution? It doesn't get one? We might do that for Sunflora. Because Sunflora feels like a Pokemon that should evolve again. It's better than Apom? No, it's not. I think it's worse than Apom. Does it get Sticky Web? Sticky Web doesn't exist in this game. It also wouldn't be good. If you're talking about modern Ariados getting Sticky Web, I think it does. Does Ariados at least get Signal Beam? It does in this game. I don't know if the one you get does, but I've had enemy Ariados use it on me. You're not purifying this and getting Signal Beam, though. It's not happening. I think if you put an Apom and an Ariados in the same room, the Ariados would win. That's probably true, but Apom's faster, so I'd rather have it on my in-game team here. I think they mean maybe Spiderweb. It does learn Spiderweb. But I mean, that's useless, right? It just prevents switching. Alright, next. Grand Bull. Grand Bull Fantasy. A really good attack. Super slow. Not yet a fairy. It's not in Johto's finest. It's not that bad. But it is pretty bad. I think we can put it here. So this is getting very late game. This is almost the end of the Shadow Labs. And if you're going to purify this thing, that's a big investment. And you get a really, really slow normal type that can hit hard. I'm not going to call this useless. You could definitely smack things around with your Grand Bull. How much is normal coverage worth? Not much. I'm not impressed. I'm going to say this is horrific. If you got this at the very beginning of the game, I would probably put it above Ferret. I'd rather do the big amount of damage than go first and do mediocre damage, but that's not happening. You have far better options than Grand Bull. Look at all this. Could have made a fairy type doesn't exist joke. I don't want to go too far. Already, like, 10% of the video is going to be me saying this Pokemon's horrible. I think you're being a little mean to some of the late gamers. You shouldn't even really be using 6 early gamers. But the late game mons are trash. Anything else to say about Gramble? Barely made it? Well, we are almost done. Because everything from Miltank onwards, we can't really talk about. He's got cool fangs. I agree. He also has pretty fun animations. His jaw goes crazy. Ugh. Hope you like my Gramble cosplay. Vibrava acceptable? So Vibrava has shockingly bad stats. I think it's much worse than you would think. I also think that Flygon isn't as good as you think either. It's got 100 attack and 100 speed, which are okay, but I mean, they're not that great, right? We're going to put it bottom of acceptable. This is one of the last Pokemon I think is actually worth purifying, because it's the best Earthquaker in the game. And you get the Earthquake TM like 2 battles after Vibrava. They're just telling you like, hey, you stab Earthquake with this thing. And stab Earthquake in this game has no penalty, right? It's full damage on both enemies. And your partner, so I hope they have a way to avoid it. They can protect. Very useful to sweep grounded enemies. Yeah, I think it is actually worth the investment to purify this. And although Vibrava does suck, it's not going to be Vibrava for long. Pretty much as soon as you purify it, it's going to be able to go to Flygon. If you're going to use Vibrava, though, you definitely need to invest the Earthquake TM into it, because Sand Tomb is not going to do it. I think you can also give it Fire Blast. That's nice. Anything else to say about Flygon? I don't think so. How long has it been since we had something decent? It's been 10,000 years. How close to the end of the game is this? There's like 8 more battles. I said the cutoff time for purification is Raikou. Raikou's the last one. Anything else to say about Vibrava? Or is everybody okay with bottom of acceptable? Really wish you got it earlier. Better than Quag, I agree, but you get Quagsire way, way earlier. Vibrava is super late. It's pretty much only usable in the last area. Sun's about to rise? Almost. We have to talk about Raikou first. Alright. Raikou, Lord of Thunder. This one should be Raikou, Lord of Thunder. I don't think there's going to be much controversy about this one. Everybody knows Raikou's really good. It's definitely better than Ampharos once you actually get Raikou, but Raikou is pretty much the last Pokemon in the game that's worth purifying. Combos really well with Suicune, because if it's raining, then Suicune does more damage with Surf, and Raikou never misses with Thunder. It's really good. I think the only debate about this is if it's worth putting up here because it's so late. It only really is available in the very last area of the game, Realgam Tower, because it's the last encounter in the Shadow Labs. But you can time flute it to instantly purify it, and what else are you time fluting? And that's good to go. Really fast, really strong. Definitely the best of the three beasts, but unfortunately also the latest, by a huge margin. It's basically the end of the game. In fact, this is the cutoff for when I think purifying is worth it. Put it next to the other beasts? No, I think Ampharos is better. Raikou is overrated? This is the second comment that I'm going to say to ban you for. Yeah, the only problem with Raikou is that it's not in the game. It's really strong. Raikou also doesn't come with T-Bolt, unlike Flaffy. True! But it does come with Rain Dance. What's its joining level? 40. It's a bit low. What's Raikou's matchup versus the final boss like? It's alright. I mean, the final boss has like a very varied team. You beat their Walrein. You beat their Slowking, so actually pretty good. I think it's everything for Raikou. Not much to talk about. Alright. Sunflora. Praise the sun. Oh, so what's the name of Sunflora's fake evolution? Sun Florida? What are we calling it? $5 donation from Jacob McGagan. Sunflora and S because when you fight Suncurrent's free win. Bellossom, Orre, Florida, Sunflame. Blue Peter Sunflora competition. Solar Flare. Suncurrent 2.0, Sunflowman. Solaire. Solace. Sunfury. Sunflourish. I like that. Sunflourish. That's what it's going to be. I like Sunflourish as well. All right, you get the gold star. It's gonna be Sunflourish. All right. Praise the sun. The sun shines brightly on us today. So Sunflora is, I mean, it's pretty bad, but its evolution, Sunflourish, is way better. So it picks up a fire typing, which means that it also gets stab on fire, which is way better than grass. And it also means it's one of the only Pokemon that can actually take advantage of both aspects of Sun, right? You get to Solar Beam, and you get your fire moves powered up. So that's why they showed this off in... And so I think we're going to say that it's one of the Gen 8 evolutions. Oh, Gen 9, okay. And they also had the 30 FPS Sunfloras in the trailer, right? Okay. What if they actually give it a regional evolution? Yeah, we have to redo it now, but I think it'll be fun. We need official looking Sun Flourish art. That would be nice. Okay. Alright. It's the trial for the gym to find the Sunfloras? Yeah, okay. Sunflora. Sunflora is pretty bad. But luckily, its evolution Sunflourish is really good, so it's a grass fire type, which is so much better than pure grass. It actually makes it one of the only Pokemon in the game that can take advantage of both halves of Sunny Day, right? Because you get to Solar Beam, and you get Stab on that, and you also get Stab on your fire moves that actually get powered up. So I'm really, really glad that they finally gave this thing an evolution in Generation 9. I guess they sort of hinted at that with the Sunflora, like, minigame for the gym trial. But it doesn't get a Gen 9 evolution? This thing's horrible. It's so bad. Why do they keep doing this? So with Magikarp into Gyarados, you get a payoff, right? Because Sunkern is hilariously bad, right? It has, I think, the worst stat total ever? No. How do we say this? It does have the lowest ever. Isn't base form Wishy-Washy is worse, right? Yes, Solo Wishy-Washy is worse. I don't understand why Sunflora is so bad. So, with Magikarp to Gyarados, Magikarp's really bad, right? But you get rewarded for using it because Gyarados is really good. Sunkern, before Solo Wishy-Washy, had literally the worst stats in the game. So it's a punishment to use it. What's the reward? Sunflora. It's not a reward. You just get punished again. And I know it's happening. It's happening already. There's the Delhi Flora lobby in full force. Okay, so I never actually explained what the Snag Swap challenge was and why there's the Ouroboros on the right. So in the Snag Swap challenge, which I did to prepare for this tier list, it was a run of Colosseum where you could only use the two most recent snags. So that sort of forced me to get experience with every single Pokemon. One of the pairs we had to use was Sunflora Delibird. And we ended up beating one of, like, the main late game bosses, so a battle that is supposed to be difficult, with Sunflora and Delibird. And it wasn't that difficult. I don't even think it took us a double-digit number of tries. Think about everything we had to go through before that. We had to stop dead in our tracks for about an hour and a half, beating up Sunkerns, Hoppips, and Ledybuzz in order to purify. And even after doing that, and even further grinding, we had to come up with a strategy. And keep in mind that all of this is being done by somebody who has thousands of hours of Pokemon experience and does this close to professionally, okay? Like, It's not that far of a dream to be doing this full time. And I had constant advice and research from about 40 average viewers. That is not your average experience. The average player is going to catch Sunflora, is going to catch Delibird, realize within 1 or 2 battles that they are beyond any hope of ever doing damage, and they're going to box them forever. Sunflora sucks. The only thing it can do is Sunny Day Solar Beam. And it's not even that fast considering Chlorophyll. Your only move is a grass move. Grass is ass. So is Sunflora. Horrific. Johto's finest for sure. Delibird. Amazon subprime. He's got a sack full of coal just for you. It really doesn't get much worse than Delibird. You get Stab Blizzard off of 80 base special attack. It's the nicest thing I could say. Dies in 1 hit. That would be okay if it killed the enemy in 1 hit. It doesn't. Oh, its special attack is base 65. It's even worse than I said. What's the opposite of a Christmas miracle? It's a Christmas catastrophe. Ho, ho, horrible. I guess the Santa Ho is a little different. Ho, ho, horrible. Oh, it's The Nightmare Before Christmas. Yeah, obviously that's it. I never saw that movie. Please don't unsubscribe. It's the nightmare of Christmas. Yeah. I see no mistake. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the Grinch didn't ruin Christmas. This thing did. Anything else to say about Delibird? I think we did everything, right? It's horrible. Meanwhile, Heracross spent half the time feigning, and yet it will still probably go higher than Sunflora? No, it won't. Delibird's best appearances in Pokemon Channel? I mean, the main function of Delibird is to be like a Christmas character Pokemon. I will say this, because we've been saying a lot about how horrible Pokemon are. Not every Pokemon has to be good. I think some Pokemon can be bad, and that actually makes the overall experience better. Some Pokemon can be bad. When 80% of the roster looks like this, maybe some things need to be changed, okay? Alright, from here on out, this is basically the part of the game... Okay. So from here on out, this is where we get a series of Pokemon that would be really good, so I mean, no more memes. Except they're not in the game. All these Pokemon are super duper late and not really worth purifying. In fact, Miltank, Absol, Houndoom, Tropius, Metagross, and Tyranitar are all part of a series of battles. You actually don't get any breaks in between them. So we can't really make fun of these Pokemon, but I don't want to, but they are good. So I don't want to, okay, so we can't really make fun of these Pokemon, but most of them are actually pretty good. So I don't want to put them in Johto's finest or horrific or bad. That's why we have the Tyranitardi tier, because they're late to the party. But I don't want to call them bad. So, although they're going to be in the Tyranitardi tier, I'm going to theorize about where they would be if you got them earlier. So, Heracross, best bug in the series at this point. Really strong, 125 base attack. The biggest chat of Johto. Really wish it was in the game. So it has Brick Break in its starting move pool, and it gets Mega Horn pretty quickly. If you got this earlier, it would definitely be acceptable. Probably comparable to Medicham. Too bad it's not in the game. Skarmory. So Skarmory specializes in defense, which you don't really care about. But if you're going to specialize in defense, you may as well be invincible, which Skarmory is. It's probably the single best brick wall you can put out as you toss balls. And you don't even need to purify it for that. This is actually kind of useful. And on offense, it's not actually that bad. Like, I think, actually, Fortress hits a little harder, but Skarmory does get Stab Drill Peck. It's not that bad. If you got this earlier, I'd probably put it either bottom of bad or like very top of horrific. As far as walls go, it's actually like about as good as it gets. Miltank. Respectable stats, much faster than you would think. 100 base speed. Miltank. Not as bad as you would think, much faster than you would think. 100 base speed is actually kind of good. It gets defense scroll rollout, which is a meme. You definitely shouldn't do that. But it also has stab body slam, which is not a meme. That actually hits respectably hard. And it gets milk drink, which we covered when we talked about synthesis. Recovery moves don't matter at all, but it does have one. So, Tyranitardi, but I would probably put it middle of bad. I think it's actually, like, better than Furret in almost every way. But Furret's actually in the game. And Furret's cuter. Absol. Well, no Stab Dark in this generation, unfortunately, but it does have 130 base attack and Swords Dance. So you can do that and then return. Of course, you won't be doing that because you'll never be purifying this thing. But theoretically, there is a setup you could run that is not a complete waste of your time. So I would probably put Absol at like top of horrific, bottom of bad. Not the worst thing you could be doing, but if you are using this, I'd say you've got some pretty bad luck. It's an ill omen if this thing is actually on the field. Houndoom. I'm going to say that if you could choose a non-legendary to start with, out of all of these, I would actually choose Houndoom. There is an alternate universe where this is the single best Pokemon in the game. 90 base speed is great and more than enough to outspeed everything, and 110 special attack with 2 amazing stab types that it actually has moves to use. It gets Flamethrower and it gets Crunch. Why isn't it in the game? Sad. I would put this in S tier if it were earlier. Which it is in XD. Ooh. Yeah. I mean, I would also become a Dark type if Game Freak made me good but didn't put me in the games. Justice for Houndoom. Why, of all of the Johto garbage that they give to you, why do they still have to make Houndoom late game? No justice. Are we ordering within Tyranitardi? No, I'm just putting them in here. Not an FE game, no Jagan. Espeon's your Jagan, I guess. Espeon's like, I don't know, FE7 Marcus? It's alright. I guess Metagross is your Goto. Tropius. So I made this Tyranitardi tier for all of these late game winners. Not you. No. No! You will go to Johto's finest. No. It's not a Johto Pokemon, but it is in spirit. This thing's terrible. Shockingly bad. One of the worst single stage Pokemon of all time. The stats are just not there. And it's a grass type. Have fun sunny beaming. You're not actually going to have fun. Horrific. But actually Johto's finest. So it does get the dishonor of being the only non-Johto Pokemon to be in Johto's finest. Don't accuse us of lacking diversity. Hoenn's loamiest. It's even a grass type. Yeah. Tropius' actual best use is as an HM employee, but there are no HMs in this game. Which is a good thing, but it's a bad thing for Tropius. Terrible. Metagross. It's disgusting how strong this thing is. I'd call it gross. Yeah, great typing, amazing stats, okay moves. I think it has like Metal Claw. And unfortunately no physical psychic moves, but I mean, it's really strong, right? It's Metagross. You can't go wrong with Metagross. Unless it's not in the game, which it really isn't. Too bad. I think if you were to get this in place of maybe Entei, I'd probably put it where Entei is. Just a really, really solid Pokemon. Also nice to be immune to Intimidate in a game with only double battles. That's nice. But yeah, this is only usable in the final battle against Evis. Now, people might say that the final battle is really difficult because of skill swap slacking. I think that's another example of people just vastly overrating how strong enemies are. Most enemies are really, really weak. And I think the slacking skill swap gimmick is a very clear example of something I always say, which is, like, what is your opponent doing? Okay, so let's see. You can use Metagross. Pretty much the only place you can use Metagross is in the very final boss battle, which is against Evis. And Evis, as far as Pokemon final bosses go, is decently strong. I think people hype him up because he uses a very flashy strategy, right? He uses skill swap, Slowking, and slacking to remove Truant from slacking. But I think... So this is something I always say when people bring up gimmick strategies. You can do a gimmick setup that then makes you stronger. But why don't you just do something that's strong in the first place? Why are you wasting your time with these gimmick setups? This is something that applies to StarCraft 2, which is not this game. But StarCraft 2 is a tactics game, and something that new players in particular really struggle with is when your opponent does something crazy you don't expect and catches you off guard, and then you lose. Well, here's the thing. If they're doing something crazy, it's probably worse than whatever the actual strategy that everybody uses is. So use the actual strategy and kill them. You would never use skill swap slacking. You would just use two Pokemon that hit hard and kill the opponent before they swap any skills. Don't waste your time with gimmicks. Kill them. Speaking of killing them, Tyranitar. This thing one-shots everything. I wish it was in the game. It's literally the last Pokemon. You're probably going to Master Ball it. You should. It's really dangerous. Master Ball Tyranitar and then have fun in the post-game. Fun. I don't think I need to justify how strong Tyranitar is. One of the best Pokemon in the history of the franchise. Deals a ton of damage. It's invincible. It's kind of slow, though. But it has crazy moves. It learns pretty much every move you could want. If you get hit by Tyranitar, you're probably dead. Wait, doesn't slacking attack first turn anyway and one-shot one of yours? Not if you're faster and one-shot it first. He's no Sunflora. The Sunflora, it's over, right? Because we did the Snag Swap run, now the Sunflora, the Delaflora memes will never end, right? They're going to continue forever. Slacking is very fast, 100 base speed. Good thing Espeon's faster. Good thing you've got EVs on Typhlosion, who has the same base speed. Good thing it's got bad special defense, and both of these have good special attack. I planned this. I didn't slander Slacking without looking it up beforehand. I guess we never mentioned that catch rates have been modified in this game, but I don't think that really matters. Usually, Metagross is more difficult to catch than Tyranitar, but in this game it's actually easier. In this game, you're probably just going to Master Ball Tyranitar. It's either Metagross or Tyranitar, and it's probably Tyranitar. There are no special fighting moves, therefore Slacking is invincible. You're right. How can you kill something in one shot if you're not hitting it super effectively? That's why I run Leech Life, to kill those psychic types. Actually a true statement in the modern games, but in Gen 3 it's 15 base power. Tyranitar is the third Hoenn legend, it sets of sand. Yeah, it doesn't get its Sandstorm boost in this game, unfortunately, because that's a Gen 4 thing, but it does still set up the sand. You definitely have to double target Slacking. I agree, you would have to double target it. But it definitely dies to a double target. And you can survive taking one hit, you'll be okay. Not from Slacking, you'll die, but from whatever is not Slacking. Do you have to battle to catch Ho-Oh in the postgame, or is it gifted? I think it just joins you. You should plug super effective science in the video. I'll probably put it on screen at some point. I think I said, like, don't fall for the super effective swindle. That'll probably be where I put it up on screen. I think there's probably zero chance that you're watching this stream and you haven't seen Super Effective Swindle. If you are watching this stream and you haven't seen Super Effective Swindle, I don't believe you. There's no way. You haven't? Fake fan. I put a lot of work into that video. What about new viewers? There's no way there's new viewers. There's never new viewers. YouTube never shows things to new people. Oh, hang on. Somebody's at my door. I have to answer this. BRB. This is my first stream, but I've seen the video. Welcome. I haven't seen it. Okay, well, you died in it. Hang on. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. This is not a bit if you're watching this in the premium. This actually happened. So, they heard about how unholy this roster was. They knew that the shadows were falling over the land. I literally got a Jehovah's Witness pamphlet. They're trying to purify this roster. What kind of book is the Bible? I'm serious. People can clarify. If you're a Japanese speaker, this is a Jehovah's Witness pamphlet. It even says on the back, JW. There's no good news to be heard here. I was wondering how to end this list. Well, there you go. This is not scripted. I'm dead serious. You can hear in the stream the doorbell. It was a Jehovah's Witness. I didn't just have this lying around, okay? I sort of wish I hadn't. Yeah, okay. I sort of wish I hadn't cut to the technical difficulties so that I couldn't fake the conversation, right? I swear, this actually happened. Good lord. Somebody save us from this roster. I do actually live near a Jehovah's Witness like building, so I'm guessing that's why they came to me. Oh my god. Actual divine intervention for the content. What is Jehovah's? So Jehovah's Witness is I think it's a sect of Catholicism. They're very zealous about their recruitment. The roster's so bad, we need Naga. Bro, we definitely need plus 40 to our stats to survive this. That's a Fire Emblem thing. Well, I mean, I guess that's the end of the list. Thanks for watching, and I guess if you need help after watching this stream, call Jehovah's Witnesses. Pokemon XD when? Maybe. So Pokemon XD has a much less memeable roster. The roster's actually fine. It's also a much better game. They're considered a cult by many, including me. I think they're a cult. We need this bit in the premium? Absolutely, yeah. Black and white tier list when keep waiting. Also, thanks to Brooklyn BJP for stopping by. If you're not aware, Brooklyn BJP is he was in the super effective swindle. He was one of the brave members of the Celadon Defense Force who unfortunately died in the intro. But he is a real life friend, so that's why he's in the videos. And he has his own YouTube channel. I can link it, right? I can use links because I'm the owner. Can I link his stuff? But he makes I'm not just shilling for him because he actually makes Japanese content. He does translation stuff. So unlike myself, who messed up like the very basic translation at the beginning, he actually does it professionally. So if you have Japanese questions, you can join the Cellar, my Discord, link in the description. And there's a Japanese learning channel where you can ask us questions. Usually we're just really condescending and we tell you that Japanese is a waste of time, but if you have legitimate questions, we can actually answer them. I gotta get this link. I wasn't ready to shill. Of course, Brandon, if you're in the chat, you can, because you're a mod, you can also link your own channel. But otherwise, I have it on my clipboard, so I think I can put it here. Where's the live stream? This is it. Usually we're really condescending. Come join us. There we go. Gen 3 start analysis is just 10 minutes of Swampert being busted. I've got plans for Gen 3 starters. That's not the plan. But of course, I mean, no surprise. One of the conclusions is that Swampert's really good, that Sceptile's really overrated, and that I think Blaziken is actually underrated. It's very easy. So one of the main reasons I made super effective Swindle is so that every time I do a starter analysis, I don't have to say that super effectiveness is a lie. I can just say, watch this video. Because I think Gen 3 is the clearest example where even though Sceptile has a positive matchup against, all the water, and Blaziken has a negative one, I think Blaziken is much better. Because Blaziken does big damage. Like, Blaziken has such good stats, you can just click an attack move and stuff dies. You don't have to care about type effectiveness. Whereas Sceptile is the opposite. 70 base power Leaf Blade. Good luck. And type effectiveness doesn't affect Swampert, it's just good. Everybody knew Swampert was invincible anyway. Like, dying is not one of Swampert's problems. It's getting intimidated and a bunch of annoying stuff. You can't die. You're invincible. Yeah, Leaf Blade has 70 BP in Gen 3. Stay tuned for Leaf Blade Chronicles Origins coming probably next month. Blaziken's signature move was Blaze Kick, right? Yeah, but you should just use Flamethrower. Wait, there's a scissor available in the game? Kind of. It's an e-reader thing. So you need the e-reader, and then you can pay to lose, because scissor is really bad. Pre-Gen 4. I think modern Blaze Kick is the same, but there's really no point in using it. You should just use Flamethrower. Especially because in Gen 3, there's no special split, right? So, why is Quilava more Kino than Croconaw? It's faster and stronger. That's why. Also, Surf in this game is nerfed compared to what you remember. Because all spread moves are half damage. Always a shame when signature moves are just worse than staples. I think it's better than Fire Punch. Although in the modern games with Blaziken, you would just Flare Blitz them, right? So what Blaze Kick, where you actually see Blaze Kick is on, I guess ironically enough, not Blaziken, right? Because you'd use it on Pokemon that get Blaze Kick, but don't get better physical fire moves. But for I think if you had the choice between Blaze Kick and Flare Blitz, I don't know why you would ever use Blaze Kick. Of course, right. So the tier list is over, and I think we have the ending, right? It's 100% the Jehovah's Witness thing. I couldn't have scripted a better ending. And it actually wasn't scripted. So the list is done. But, I mean, we'll hang out for maybe, 15 more minutes. If you just, want to ask questions about something. If you just want to talk. So now I'm just, completely focused on the chat. We can actually put on music, I guess, for a little bit. We'll do a little bit of chilling. And then we'll be done. So we'll... what should we do? Oh, this actually... Oh, okay. We'll leave the tier list up. Lucario learns Blaze Kick. It's true. We can do... We'll do the Fire Emblem Lo-Fi. I like that. I like that list a lot. We'll be here for maybe 15 minutes. And then I have been recording this, so I should be able to start editing it right away. The dream is that it comes out tomorrow, but probably not. It'll probably be on Friday. Because I have I have the script for the next video already done, so I'm probably going to be working on that. Let's see, should be able to hear this? It shouldn't be too loud, I don't think. Maybe it might be too quiet. Alright, so now it's just like free Q&A chill time. Let me catch up on everything. Hitmonlee Lucario, appreciate Blaze Kick. Yeah, true. Remoraid is equal to Thomas and FE. I don't know if he's Thomas bad, because you can eventually make Remoraid usable. Fire Emblem 6 stream when? Probably, I think Poke Emblem is almost ready. So once Poke Emblem comes out, that'll be the first Fire Emblem game we play. So Poke Emblem is it's a Fire Emblem style game that uses Pokemon. I played it back when it was being developed. There's actually videos on the main channel for it. I think it's amazing. I can't wait to play the actual completed version. What's the one chill guitar instrumental I keep hearing in the tier premiums? It sounds real familiar, but I can't place it. So there's links to all of the music in the description of each premium. Unfortunately, I can't, like, pinpoint exactly what one you're asking about from just that description. But if you join the Discord and you send me a time code, I can probably tell you what it's supposed to be. Espeon is like starting the game with a Wyvern Jagan. It's not that good, bro. It's okay. It's like... I'd say it's like Fire Emblem 7 Marcus tier. It's good. Cheese, why was Erica wearing a maid outfit in the super effective swindle? I asked her to just... So I showed her a picture of Erica, and I asked her to dress in a similar way, and she just had a maid costume, so that's what it ended up being. Cheese, I've wondered, are you a former current WoW guy? I've caught that quest failed chime in the premium edits. I think... Did I say anything about WoW in this game? There was something I was thinking about that was going to be a WoW reference. I think I did say it in this stream. I said that, our starters are at level 25 because Wes is a veteran trainer, like how Death Knight started at level 55, because it wouldn't make sense for you to just be a noob. So I guess the answer is yes, I've played WoW. I played up to Wrath of the Lich King. Do you have a plan for the next Slowbro Science video? It's probably going to be accuracy. If it's not only accuracy, it's going to be like common fallacies. One of which will be accuracy. Where people will be like, because this move is 80% accurate, it feels like it misses all the time, but you only remember when it misses. You don't remember all the time it hits, which is 80% of the time. Poke Emblem in 8 days, I can't wait. It's gonna be great. Remoraid is Amelia? Amelia's better than Remoraid. Amelia's better than Remoraid. Amelia can go Paladin. Poke Emblem, isn't that just Pokemon Conquest? It's different. It's different. Because Pokemon Conquest is like Final Fantasy Tactics, right? But Poke Emblem is like Fire Emblem. It's different. I decided to wait until Poke Emblem to be finished to experience the game at its fullest. I can't wait. I'm really excited. Who will be the Jagan of Poke Emblem? I imagine Onyx will be an Armonite. I'm not sure how much has changed since I last played it, but so far, in the build I played, the Jagan was Beedrill. Because Beedrill has, like, insane flying movement, and there's a mechanic called Call. It's different than the Call in this game, which moves all of your Pokemon to the Pokemon that called. So, Beedrill's like a super Jagan taxi, transports your entire army. I think that got nerfed. Why is Delibird so low? It's awful. You can see in the premium, but it's horrible. They're level 25 like WoW battle pets. I never played WoW that actually had battle pets. Oh, the question is why isn't Delibird lower? Wrath Classic is out. I'm just saying. I'm not going to play a Blizzard game. Blizzard is bad in this game, and it's just gone. The company's gone so far down the toilet. I'm not playing a Blizzard game. Not anymore. Slowbro Science idea. Signature move silliness. Oh, maybe. I don't know what I would actually talk about, though, because most signature moves are, if not good, they're at least unique. We might do an XD tier list. I'm not sure. We'd maybe do an XD run-through first, because I think doing a run-through of this game first definitely made this game better. And I also now have clips I can use for almost every Pokemon. I can just put them in the video. I won't guarantee there's one for all of them, but there'll probably be some. Interesting stream idea, a game, but we cheat to see how broken we can make it. Also, Nightmare Before Christmas stream on Discord when? I don't want to get... That's never going to happen because I'm going to get copyright claimed. Imagine if Pokemon Conquest had good map design. That would be nice. Definitely got to imagine. What games are you playing now, if any? The last one was Xenoblade Chronicles 3. I think since then I've just been editing videos. So, probably nothing until Poke Emblem. I guess Pokemon Colosseum was a game I was playing, right? That took a lot of time. Delibird is a king. Random bug type thought. Bugs should be super effective against ground types since insects burrow into the earth all the time. That would be nice. They should just buff it somehow. It should definitely resist fairy. Any plans for another A-only run? Not right now. I'm not sure which one we would do next if we were to do an A-only run. Maybe Gen 3? Maybe Gen 3 because we want to do the Gen 3 starters run. So it might be Gen 3 starters and then Gen 3 only A? Maybe. I think it is possible. I think the only A that is actually impossible is Gen 5 because you have to catch the cover legendary and you can't do that in only A. That doesn't mean that a Gen 5 only A will never happen. It just has to have the caveat that at this one point of the game, you can't actually clear it with only A. Octazooka, Barrage, Kinesis. Yeah, okay, maybe signature moves are bad. Mystery Dungeon tier list, I would have to play the game first. It's so different. Regional cliché Pokemon tier list? Oh. I don't think there's enough Pokemon to do a full list for those. Bug type buffs. Bug and Grass should resist Fairy. I would be down for both of those changes. I think Fairy's too strong and those types are too weak. Which was the video you enjoyed the most working on so far? That's an interesting question. The one I enjoyed working on the most would maybe be... Like, there's so many aspects to making a video. I think it would maybe be Super Effective Swindle. Because even though actually editing it on a timeline was kind of a nightmare, it was really fun to work with actual other people. Because most of the time when I'm editing, it's really lonely. I'm just like sitting there by myself. I was editing it by myself, but at least there were other people on the screen. That was nice. And I think the final product turned out really well. Would you ever do a start analysis for remake games like Fire Red Leaf Green edition of Kanto Starters or HTSS edition for Johto? Currently, no. Maybe in like 10 years, if I'm still doing this, I would redo them. But at the moment, there's so many other videos I would make before redoing that. Is there a Safari Zone in Gen 5? I don't know. I don't think so. Actually, the way you don't have to catch it, but that would be more work than it's worth. What is the way you don't have to catch it? I assume you're talking about Zekrom or Reshiram, right? If your boxes are completely full, the cover legendary doesn't have to be caught. It goes to Dragonspire Tower for a rematch. Right. How do we catch Pokemon, though? Can we breed Pokemon? No, we can't, right? We would need at least 2 Pokemon that... If we have at least 2 Pokemon that can breed, it might be possible. It has to be able... Well, we get the monkeys, right? Can any of the starters breed with the monkey? And what other gift Pokemon are there? There might be a way. But we might end up just mentioning that. There is no way I'm going to actually fill up all the boxes just for that. I'm just going to say that there is a way around it, and we're probably just going to catch it and box it. Speaking of signature moves that no one uses, Smelling Salt. It's Makuhita's, right? Skitty's legit the best Pokemon in Mystery Dungeon. It's funny how that works. It's like the speedrunner Pokemon, right? Type Effective Swindle. We did that, right? Would you do an interlink run for XD? Maybe. But we'd have to change the rules a little bit because there are some fights where there's more than one Shadow Pokemon. Kingdom Hearts ability tier list. That's too far removed from the things I do. The next video, by the one that I already have the script for, is a Fire Emblem glitch video. It's only one glitch, but it's pretty serious. I can't wait to watch this while doing my 50-mile bike ride. No Safari Gen 5. I'm worried about the Pokemon tier list from Black and White 2. The games have too many Pokemon. Yeah, Black and White 2 and X and Y, they're gonna be like over 2 days. There's no way I can do them in one. I like how Bulbapedia says no Safari Zone established yet in history, but the gameplay is similar to the Safari Zone. Is it? Feels pretty different. Wait, in what way is it similar to the Safari Zone? I'm trying to figure out what they meant by that. Like, you battle them, so that's not like the Safari Zone. All the starters can breed with the monkeys, really? Okay, so it is possible. The fact that it is possible makes it a lot more enticing, but I think, as I said before, I am never going to actually fill up the box. I'm just going to say that you can do it. Or I might hack to do it. I'm not going to spend, like, 10 hours of my life to do that. More Japanese meta? There will be more Japanese meta videos. Probably the next one will be the Japanese mutant meta. So there are some traits that Japanese people have that other races don't, that I think are worth talking about. They're not like major, but I think most people wouldn't know them. And it's not squinty eyes, okay? Does X and Y really have that many mons? Yeah, it has like over 600, I think. It's a ton. Of course, it wouldn't actually be 600 individual entries, because a lot of those are evolutions, but it would take forever. Is it the mind glitch? It is the mind glitch, yes. I think I have a fun, like, setup for it, though. I think it'll be enjoyable. It'll probably be ready next week, because I'm going to film it tomorrow. And I already have the script written. And I have all the footage as well. Split X and Y into 3 Dex DSs? Maybe. That might be what we do. I'm not sure yet. It's way too big. What's still happening? I thought the stream ended. Yeah, we're done ranking, but I'm just going to be here for a little bit longer. It's 12:05 currently, so I'll probably end at 12:15. But we're just chatting for now. But the stream itself is done. We're done ranking. Nothing's going to change. X and Y has 150 Pokemon available for the second gym. Yeah, that's why we're not doing that anytime soon. The next tier list will probably be either Fire Emblem 7 or Gen 4 moves. It'll probably be Gen 4 moves. And I guess during the last few minutes, I'll actually run one more poll, because I want to know if people would be interested in a Colosseum swap run premium. I guess it'll be yes or no, but I assume most people would say yes. I guess it depends on whether or not you've seen the actual run. I think there's enough interesting things that happen that it would make for a fun video. Pokemon X and Y has 457 mons in the regional decks. Pokemon MOBA game challenge? If that means Pokemon Unite, then I can tell you right now the answer is no. I will never play Pokemon Unite here. I tried it once. It was alright, but no. Gotcha garbage. Pay to win. No thanks. Dragon Pulse Staples? Yeah, Dragon Pulse is a pretty good move. I mean, you already know what the best move in Gen 4 is, right? It's no surprise to anyone. And I actually filmed the intro to Gen 4 moves like 3 months ago. I just haven't actually made it, but I have it ready to go. I have to like edit it together. And of course I would have to, you know, do the list. But you know what the best move is. Make a community poll in the channel? Maybe. Yeah. Christmas is just a week away. Can you believe it, guys? What am I missing? What does that mean? Depends on your editing, I guess. Most people here have probably watched the whole thing. That's true. If you're actually here listening to this, you've almost certainly seen part of the Snag Swap challenge. I've seen more Kanto content as well. I know that's a lot. I'll be happy with it. Yeah, Kanto content is, I mean, it's easy to make, right? Because I'm just like doing stuff in real life. The next Kanto content will probably be when my mom visits me, because my mom and my sister are visiting before the end of the year, and they can both help film it and give me a reason to go somewhere, and also do whatever it is with me. So the next Kanto content will probably be something with my actual family. Pokemon Rumble tier list? I'd probably do a mystery dungeon tier list before then, but I have actually played Pokemon Rumble. I liked it. Cheese plays Pokemon Go for his 100k sub special? No. Pokemon Masters? Never. I'll tell you right now, never. No. I'd say Bug Buzz high staples too. I mean, it's probably one of the best bug moves. That's not saying much though. You're blanking on the best move? I mean, it's pretty sneaky. Here's your hint. Fighting type redemption in Gen 4? Absolutely. Fighting type... Gen 4 is where fighting types started popping off. They're starting to see some gains. And Gen 5 is where they actually, like, completely took over. The best move in Gen 4 is indeed Judgment. It has perfect coverage. Maybe if it actually worked like Legends Judgment. Legends Judgment is really cool. If you don't know how Legends Judgment works, if Arceus has the Legend Plate equipped, when it uses Judgment, it will always change Arceus' type to beat the opponent. So it'll be super effective against the opponent, and it'll also resist them if possible. It's really good. But that's not how Judgment works in the base game. In the base game, it just is 100 base power, 100 accurate, of whatever typing plate you have. Obviously, that's still really good, but I wouldn't say that's the best move in the game. I only started watching halfway through the challenge. Did you see the end? I didn't watch the challenge at all. It was always starting at midnight. I'm sorry. That's just an unfortunate time zone thing. There's nothing I can do about that. Gen 6 Mon's tier list has been my most anticipated videos of yours for ages, but it looks like it'll have to keep anticipating for a while. Anticipation, bad ability. Shadow Sneak. It's not Shadow Sneak. But I think Shadow Sneak is a Gen 4 move. Yeah, it's going to be a long time until Gen 6 tier list. We would probably do Black and White 2 before that. Yu-Gi-Oh! Challenge. I've never played Yu-Gi-Oh! Gen 4 had Lucario, so of course Game Freak had to push fighting. I mean, fighting's biggest weakness was that it didn't have any good moves. They were fighting Pokemon that were perfectly fine, but they were stuck using like Brick Break. And then in Gen 4, they were like, we're gonna get in close. Here's close combat, one of the best balanced moves in the game. Huge damage with a very reasonable drawback. And none of the RNG. It's great. You know you're gonna hit, and you know you're gonna get the defense drop on yourself. And you actually have to wonder, like, is it worth it? It's almost always worth it. Is the Black and White Pokemon tier list in the works? It is not in the works, no. But it is probably, I would say we would probably do it next year at some point, would be my guess. Earlier if I do this full time. So I think I mentioned it at some point that like going full time wouldn't be the craziest thing. I think I mentioned when I was like having a tantrum about Delibird. So I'm considering it. Currently if I were to quit my job like today, I would probably be able to keep doing this at the current rate of income for about 2 years. So it's not completely crazy, but if you want to make content appear faster, the best way to do that is to evolve into a mighty Patreon, link in the description, because Unlike YouTube revenue, which is really, really volatile, it can change a ton. I can look at Patreon and see exactly how much I can expect. And as that number goes up, I get closer and closer to actually being able to do this full time. And even at the current levels, becoming a Patreon does make the videos better. If I didn't have a Patreon, then... If I didn't have a Patreon and if I didn't have the generous Patreon supporters, there would be no super effective swindle. I would not have made that video because I had to buy a costume for that, and all the equipment that was used, like the lighting and the screens, not light screen, they were all purchased using Patreon bucks. But it does actually make a difference. Guessing Dark Void would be Pokemon homeless? I guess so. It's so sad. Why? They could have just made it single target? They could have made it 70 accuracy? Why does it have to be 50? Horrible. Drain Punch is a cool... Drain Punch is a Gen 4 fighting move, right? Yeah, that's pretty fun. I think the high jump kick buff was Gen 5, right? New high jump kick's pretty crazy. I think if Blaziken in Gen 3 had current high jump kick, I think it would actually be the best starter. But I think because it pretty much has to rely on Brick Break or LOL Uppercut, Sky Uppercut, I think Swampert is still better, but not by that much. Alright, I'll end the poll now. Oh, it's 12:15. I guess we'll go to 12:30 just because it's a cleaner time to end. If people are still here, let me see the... There's still 66 viewers. Yeah, we'll keep going for 15 more minutes. 94% of people said they would be interested in a premium. Okay. Patreon, the best evolution, Steel Fairy type? Bro, if there was a Steel Fairy evolution, it would be so good. Even if there was just a Steel one, I think Pure Steel is one of the pure types you can actually get away with. Because Steel is just so good. You could actually wall things. Umbreon does a very decent job of walling things, even though it's a Dark type, which is not a traditionally good defensive type. But it just has really good defensive stats. Stopping Tantrum on Poison type to make a comeback after Toxic Stall. Gen 4 did add Aura Sphere. Aura Sphere is good. Budget Onyx versus Real Onyx, who would win? Definitely Real Onyx, right? This is pretty chill to listen to. Yeah, here's the actual link to the music. If you want to listen to it on your own later. Put Sunflower at the top of Johto's finest and I'll join the Pewter Palace today. You're already in the Pewter Palace. Oh no, the Patreon one. It's 5 a.m. and I'm less tired than I expected. Well, we'll be done soon. I want a Ghost Evolution. I want no more evolutions. He said something good about Onyx. I have really high hopes for Poke Emblem Onyx. Because in the preliminary version I played, I guess because he's not constrained by the actual stats of the Pokemon, like, Onyx kicked my ass. He killed my whole team. He was really good. As he should be. I think it's a disgrace that Onyx is so weak. It should be better. I'm an Onyx fan, okay? Tough love. Cheese keeps saying it's 12 and I panic before remembering Cheese is not in my time zone. For you, how long have we been going? It's been... How long? Not even 6 hours. Pathetic. So it's not even midnight for you, I don't think. Although you might be central. I don't know where Kansas... Is Kansas central? Doxed. 10 p.m. Okay. I can't wait to have a team of 6 evolutions in Gen 9 with each one having a different Terra type. I'm not excited for Terra types. I like Onyx too, but I like Steelix more because Steelix is what Onyx wants to be. Steelix is very respectable. I don't know anybody who actually makes fun of Steelix. Steelix is actually pretty good. I wouldn't say it's great, but you could use Steelix and be like, yeah, I can see that. Steel's good. Cheese is an Onyx fan? Top 10 anime plot twist? Have you ever read the book Frindle? I guess Frindle is a, it's a novel, I guess? It's a kid's book. It's about, I think, a kid in English class who decides that instead of saying pen, he's gonna call all pens Frindles. He just, like, makes up the word. And then, like, the word becomes a sensation. Eventually he, like, sells his own line of, like, branded Frindles. Frindle? Yeah, the one about the pen. And then the teacher is very antagonistic towards him, right? Tells him that he can't just make stuff up. But then she also, like, gives him, like, a sealed letter, I think. And he's supposed to open it when he's all grown up. And then he does. And then the teacher reveals that she was on his side the entire time. But that the story needed a villain, right? In order to push him forward. So I believe in Onyx. I think that somewhere, someday, Onyx will get justice. But yeah, currently, it's pretty terrible. I hate how it seems like the gym leaders are going to bring out mons that break their type, getting swept, and then just Terra them into their type anyway. Nah. Are you an English education major? Frindle moments. Steelix walls physical types into Oblivion and can actually kill, so it doesn't care too much. Like, Steelix is fine. No memes about Steelix. And Onyx is good in competitive Little Cup, it's true. But that's, like, so narrow. I think that Onyx should be good in general. Better than Amelia. Oh, what do people think of the new Pokemon reveal? I think the reveal video was good. I wish the actual game was that fun. Steelix should have more attack. I think if Steelix had 100 attack, even 90 attack, people would take it a lot more seriously. I think it currently has 70, which is... It's not useless, but if it had 90, it would be like... Okay, I'm not going to say it would be as good as Gliscor. I mean, let's not get carried away, but it would be way better. I think Gliscor has 90? I just know that Gliscor has more than Steelix. And it's not just that Gliscor hits harder, it's that Gliscor has Poison Heal, which is absurd. In Pokemon Go, so many terrible Pokemon became amazing. I'm not talking about Onyx, though, he's still awful. Oh, Go is completely different, right? Steelix getting Dragon Breath is weirdly funny to me. It's kind of reptilian, I guess. It's a rock snake. Gliscor is an amazing Pokemon. I think Gliscor is functionally one of my favorite Pokemon. I think it's really well balanced. It's a very good physical wall that you can't ignore because it can actually hit you back, but it also has very defined weaknesses, right? You can easily kill it if you have the right moves against it. So it's not like unstoppable or anything, but it is unstoppable against the Pokemon it's supposed to stop. Very nice. So Gligar does actually get justice, because Gligar is amazing. Or Gliscor is. What Pokemon should get a new evolution in Scarlet Violet? How about Sunflora? How about that? We're waiting for Sunflourish. I ended up really liking Houndoom after having it as my starting Crystal Clear. Houndoom is amazing. I think I said, right, that I would put it in S tier if it was actually in the game. And a Violite Gligar is awesome. It's better than it would be, although Gligar can't Poison Heal, right? It's just like immunity, and then it becomes Poison Heal. You should commission Sunflourish art. I probably don't have time for that. I mean, if anybody thinks they could draw Sunflourish, be sure to join the Discord, link in the description, and if you could finish it, like, by tomorrow, I'd probably be able to fit it in. Otherwise, I would probably just Photoshop something. Sunflora Trio should be the Evo, which will just be 3 Sunfloras. I mean, it's a Gen 2 Pokemon, right? If it was a Gen 1 Pokemon, maybe it could do the same Pokemon copy-pasted, but come on. Gen 2 is more creative, right? Use the Flower Boss from Cuphead for Sunflourish. That's just a normal sunflower, though, right? I mean, it has, like, a face and stuff. Maybe I'll make it, like, red. Put Pyroar's mane around a normal sunflower? Okay, I'll probably do that. I'll probably do that. Sunferno would have been a better name, maybe? I really like Sunflourish. I think that's good. I'd say Gen 2 is less creative. They didn't give anything Evos. Bro, we were just talking about Steelix. What about Scizor? Oh, you mean, Pokemon they introduced didn't get any evolutions, right? That's probably what you meant, right? Because there's so many bad base forms that never evolve. Scizor was bad till Gen 4, yeah. Weren't most of the Gen 2 mons meant for Gen 1, though? I think you're right. Like, they were sort of cut out and then added in Gen 2. What about Kingdra? Seriously, what about it? Kingdra's sick. I really like Kingdra. Its stats are, like, kind of bad, though. They're, like, balanced bad. But it turns out when you're a Swift-Swimming Dragon type, or when you're a Swift-Swimming Dragon Water type, your stats don't have to be that good. Oh, Steelix is 85 attack. Hey, that's better than I thought. Farigiraf is a perfect name. What are you talking about? Did somebody slander Farigiraf's name? I think Farigiraf is hilarious. Sunflower sounds like the kind of dumb names they give new Evos for old Pokemon these days. Hello, Farigiraf. What? Stop the Farigiraf slander. I think Farigiraf is hilarious because they swap the F and the G. I mean, yeah, it's really silly. I don't think you could come up with a better Girafarig name, a Girafarig evolution name, than Farigiraf. I think it's perfect. Steelix should have 200 attack as well as defense. Alright, let's calm down. I just wish it was Psychic Normal instead of Normal Psychic. That would be extra funny. I don't think primary versus secondary typing actually changes anything, though. Not that I think you're implying it does, but I just think it doesn't actually change anything. How's the Farigiraf, Girafarig pun and name in Japanese? Let's check. I think Girafarig is also a palindrome in Japanese. Let's check. Girafarig. Oh, I can show this to you. I have to be in OBS, right? Should be this. There you go. So it's Kirin Nikki. Kirin is giraffe. I am assuming this Ricky. I think it comes from Nendiki, which is like psychic power. Let's see if I'm right in the trivia. Am I a real Japanese speaker? Redemption for messing up the translation earlier. Oh, also it is a palindrome, you can see that. Yeah, Nendiki, telekinesis. I'm so good. Ricky! Jeez, I could have just hit the button in the table of contents. Oh yeah, I guess so. So let's see Farigiraf. Right, so Kirinriki is a palindrome, right? Ki-ni-n-di-ki. Ki-ni-n-di-ki. It's the same. See Farigiraf. So funny. Nikki Kirin. Oh, it's not a palindrome anymore. They just moved, they swapped the two parts of it. So they just took giraffe and moved it to the end, and they moved telekinesis to the front. So the English name is actually better. We got it. Trivia. Yeah, it is an anagram though, so the letters are the same, they're just shuffled around. But I think we actually got the better one. I think Farigiraf is better. But you also can't you can't do the same swap. So this is one where we won, but it's not the Japanese name's fault. They can't do the same thing that we could with just the letter swap. Sad. Oh, look at this. Farigiraf has cool Evo idea like the Mega Slowbro thing. I think it's hilarious. One thing, I think you know that I slander the new games a lot. I don't think they're going to be very good. But pretty much every new Pokemon I've seen, I like a lot. So I am actually looking forward to seeing what the new Pokemon are. I'm also actually hopeful for the starters. We'll see if Sprigado becomes bipedal. I don't think it will. One thing I appreciate with Farigiraf's design is that it has a long neck. I also like that its ability is actually tied to its Pokedex entry, so I think they say that Girafarig's tail warns it about incoming attacks, and then when it becomes Farigiraf, its ability now protects it from priority moves. So you can't sneak up on it or like get the jump on it because its tail warns it. But I think that's also the effect of Psychic Terrain, right? That's why priority moves don't work on Psychic Terrain, because you can see the move coming. So the priority doesn't work anymore. I think that's how it's supposed to work. Looking forward to the Ghost Pepper Fire Starter pun typing. That would be great, but I don't think they would do another Ghost Fire Starter, right? Well, I mean, okay. I realized after I said that, they wouldn't do 2 dual types in a row, right? And then firefighting 3 gens in a row. Never mind, forget I said that. Yay or nay on the streamer gym leader? I'm a fan. I think the kids are gonna lose their minds because every kid wants to be a streamer. They're gonna love it. The fact that this gym leader is a streamer. We are of course gonna stream the game, so we gotta make sure not to lose to her. Morpeko quickly aura wheeled its way into my heart. Aura wheel is maybe one of the best moves ever. It's super good. I wish it wasn't on Morpeko. If you don't know how good Aura Wheel is, 100 base power electric move, 100 accuracy, and it gives you +1 speed. Insane. If it wasn't on Morpeko, it would be like one of the greats. Is Sprigado your confirmed starter for Gen 9 cheese? No, we're picking the fire one. Although what I would like to do is, if people would be willing, if people could trade over their starter, I would love to use all 3. I think that would be fun to do. Because we did that in Legends, and I think that was worth it. Aura Wheel is sometimes a dark move. I think that's actually a downside, though. It's also tied to Hunger Switch. So if you were to somehow give Aura Wheel to Luxray, it would always be 100 base power electric +1 speed, because Luxray doesn't have Hunger Switch. So he would actually be better at using it than Morpeko. But of course, Luxray dead in a ditch, right? Because Morpeko stole the dual typing, and it stole the better physical electric move. So sad. It's 110 base power? No way. Is it even better? It's so good, it almost makes Morpeko usable. If you haven't seen it, and you actually might not have, because the series is really unpopular, but in the Karen Challenge, I think the most recent one, the Pika Clone one, we do use Morpeko, and Aura Wheel is pretty good. You can trade a Quaxley? Okay. I'm going Duck because I'm pretty sure Quaxley is going to be a Don Quixote reference by its final Evo. Oh, that's true. I really like Man of La Mancha, so maybe I would do that. But the dream would be that we just use all 3. I'm just realizing Pokemon Scarlet and Violet is our Pokemon game with voice acting that's mainline. We don't know if are the streamer gym leaders lines actually in the game, or is it just in the trailer? The streamer gym leader is funny when you think how popular Spanish YouTubers are on Hispanic YouTube. Also, the location of the gym correlates to a popular place where YouTubers go to avoid taxes. What, really? I got you for the 420 BSD cat trade. Okay. It's 110 VP. It's stronger than Fusion Bolt? Yo. Orre wheel. Mercy for Luxray. I mean, as far as Pika clones go, Morpeko is pretty good. You get the dual type, and Orre wheel is busted. And its stats, like, for a Pika clone are, like, okay. The best Pika clone is definitely, Togedemaru, or Mimikyu, if you count Mimikyu as a Pika clone, but I don't think most people do, because it's, like, it's not. It's way better. Adolfo, I'm sorry, I can't read your last name. Love your content. Thank you! Although we are about to end here. I thought Karen Challenge was popular, maybe we should just live stream it then. We did! At least the last one was. At least Luxray got time to shine in PLA. Yeah, it's pretty good in PLA. Because you get it right away and you can Thunderwave stuff. That's nice. Mercy for Luxray and Mercy for Electivire. I think Electivire is a little better than Luxray, right? It's got a better move pool. Can't wait to see a small part of the region that is owned by Galar for no reason. Yeah, we'll see. There is no mercy. Alright. I think we're about to wrap up here. Thank you to everybody who stuck around after this brief tier list. It was shorter than usual. We're not even going to reach 6 hours. What a casual. Good night. Thank you to everybody who watched. Thanks as always to the generous donations from everyone. And look forward to the premium edits probably before the end of the week. I would imagine it would be ready by next weekend. If the stars align, it might even be it would be Monday morning for me. So like it would be Sunday afternoon for all of you guys. We'll see. We'll see. No promises. But thank you everybody for, I think making this list a success. I think I would call this successful. I think it was fun. I had fun. I hope you did too. But thank you everybody. Lots of new members. We got all the emotes. And be sure to join the Discord. Link in the description. That's free. Be sure to evolve into a mighty Patreon. That's not free. So, I mean, only if you can afford it. But it is appreciated. Alright. I hope to see you in the next list. Whenever that is. Almost certainly not next week. Alright. Goodbye. I have to end it from YouTube, I think. Goodbye.